Recording.
Good morning, guys. It's Lavanya joining the call. Can you guys hear me? Could you please type in the chat window? Great. Thank you, Lokesh. Thank you, Patricia. And hope you guys are all ready, guys. Let's get started with today. And let's see, before we get started, just a quick and friendly review, guys. Before I do that, any volunteers for today, guys, to take on a few friendly questions and things like that? I'll really appreciate it if a few of you come forward. Just like I think our role model, Harika, has done a very good job. I'm very impressed with her job yesterday. If any of you, Stravia, are you able to come online? And that's me. Good morning, guys. Let's see, I'll move my chat window here. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody from my side. Okay, hope you guys are great. So Stravia is ready. So a little bit of video will keep us engaged. That's good, guys. Sportsmanship. You don't have to be perfect. Niharika, good morning. Let me find Stravia here. Let's see. And Stravia, also see if you're able to log into our cloud. Everybody, guys, please log into our cloud. We will go around just like yesterday, asking a few of them to execute a few things and try to learn from those things, guys. Okay, so I'm unmuting you.
I have a problem logging to my cloud, sir.
Oh, Acha, you're not able to log into the cloud. Okay. All right, make sure today, Stravia, you work with our team and try to resolve that one, because in coming up days, that is very important. You'll get the practical exposure is what it is. But let's see. You're having a problem. Okay, so let me do this, Stravia. Let me come back to you because I need you guys to be logged into the cloud, because I was going to ask you to execute you on the, I was going to ask you to execute on the cloud because you're not able to log in. If possible, let me take up Ganesh here today to start with. If possible, you just try to work with the support team and see if you're able to get into the cloud, and I'll come back maybe in the second round to you. And that way, we can have both of them together.
Okay.
Very good.
Naveen, good morning.
Morning. Your name?
Actually, I have a internet connectivity issue, Naveen. Actually, I have been curiosity to join, but the network is not good.
Ganesh?
Yes. Chandra Ganesh.
Oh, Chandra Ganesh. Okay, even you are not able to log into the cloud?
I have logged in, but the network issue is going on to my Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay. Will you be able to execute, or you think there will be trouble executing it?
Yes. I have been troubling since morning. That's why I have been telling to you. It is an internet connectivity issue.
Okay. Then Ganesh, let me see if there is anybody else here who is able to log into the cloud, take a few questions, also execute the code and things like that. If I don't find anybody, I'll come back to you. So just stay online for a moment here, buddy. Okay. Niharika, yes, I think you were there yesterday. Let's see. Anybody else, guys? Share Lavanya. You will share the screen. Lavanya, can you also come online, take a few questions along with you? I need you to share the screen. I need you to be able to. Good. Okay. Let's move on to Lavanya here, guys. Let me find where you are. Let's see where are you. Lavanya. D. Yeah, there you go. I'm going to make you the co-host. You're now the co-host. So what you do, please share your screen. Close your personal app. Share your screen. I'll stop my thing here. Unmute yourself. Put yourself on the video. Just a friendly. It will keep everybody engaged. Little bit of knowing you. Very good. We are looking at your screen and I'm not able to hear you just in case you're speaking. Looks like you have unmuted.
Hi, Naveen.
Hey, Lavanya, I see you now. So that'll keep us a little engaged. Good one. Give us a brief introduction about yourself, please.
Yeah, hi all. Good morning. This is Lavanya. I'm from Kadapa. I studied in SVCK in the stream of Electronics and Communication Engineering.
What is SVCK?
Sri Venkateswara College of Engineering, Kadapa.
Oh, okay. It's in Kadapa. I thought it's in Tirupati, right?
Yeah, it is also in Tirupati
it's
and
also
Kadapa.
okay. Okay, good to know.
We are the first batch in Kadapa.
Okay, I never heard about the Kadapa, so that's the reason. It's first batch. Very good. Good to know. So let's stay
from Kadapa.
What is it, buddy? What is it, Ganesh? The sounds I hear. Nice to hear. Let's see. So one more time. So let me come back here. It started in Kadapa, is what you're saying. Very good. Let's see where we are. So maybe starting with a medium complex question, or maybe a slightly tough question, Lavanya. Do you remember what is the mantra of a class?
Class is nothing but architecture.
Architectural plan. Okay.
Yeah, it contains methods.
Very good. How do you design a class?
Using class keyword.
Using class keyword. Okay. How about has and does is going to be the mantra. You recall? Can you give me an example of how you design a class?
Class, person, open brackets.
So in other words, a person has name, age, and salary. That comes under has. What does a person do?
Age and salary. Age and salary.
Age, name, and salary.
Okay.
Come under has. So if it's something comes under has, what do we say? What do we translate that into?
Not getting.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, so whatever comes under has will become the attributes. Name, age, and salary.
Yeah, values.
They are the attributes. More precisely, they are the instance. Arguments. Okay. Let's say has and does. What does a person do?
A person do eating, swimming, playing.
Good. So if something comes under does, what does it become? You can also look at the chat window and see what your friends are giving you hints and things like that, Lavanya.
Methods.
Very good. So now here's a slightly tough question. What is the difference between function and a method?
Method is nothing but which is in class.
Okay.
Function is nothing but the constructor, I think.
Function is a constructor. Keep looking at the help from your friends.
Oh, if you mention the function within class, then it is method.
Okay.
If we mention in outside of the class, then it is function.
It is a function. Very good. And looks like you're already logged in. Okay. And now let's see. Do you remember what is a constructor?
Yeah.
Okay. Explain.
Constructor is nothing but the variable of the class.
Constructor is a variable. Okay.
Yeah.
Help her, guys. The team help, keep helping Lavanya as you hear the answers. Pravalika, keep her posted. Give another thought, Lavanya. See if you're able to recall anything else.
It automatically calls when the object is created.
It is called when an object is created, when an object is constructed. It is a method which is called. Okay, Lavanya. Somebody is calling this method. Do you know who's calling this method?
Object.
Python is calling it. For sake of simplicity, we'll say Python is calling it at the time of construction. So we're calling that as a constructor.
Okay.
Okay. And let's say, what is the signature? How do you write it?
Signature.
How do you write it? Write the code for that? Anybody can help? Can anybody give her the signature, please? Annotation, or more precisely, double underscore in it, double underscore. Signature means how you're writing the code. Okay, Lavanya?
No, I think I didn't get it.
Okay, so let me do this, Lavanya. Let me come here. I will share my screen for a moment for a few questions, and then I'll ask you to share it. So let's say I come here. Here's the favorite, here's the coffees and things like that. Let's say, okay, so this is the signature. Def double underscore in it.
Okay.
Okay, dear? When somebody asks you what is the definition or what is the signature, you need to say it's double underscore. Remember, it is not a single underscore, it's a double underscore in it, double underscore. What is these three? What are these things on the right hand side, Lavanya?
They are the arguments.
They are the arguments. And these are?
What does the person do, right?
This is name, age, and salaries.
Behavior.
Person has name, age, and salary. They are attributes.
Okay.
Okay. What is Sachin here?
Object.
So now here's a slightly tough question. There is a problem in creating here in this line of code, Lavanya. Can you try to take a guess? It's maybe a slightly tough question, but take a friendly guess. What is the problem in this line of code?
We did not give any value.
Any
arguments.
Very good. Okay. What do you think? What is the mantra of self, or what is self?
Actually, yesterday I asked this question to you.
Acha, you didn't understand. Okay. Gentlemen, ladies, you see if anybody is able to help Lavanya. Can you give her a quick hint?
It is fixed one, I think.
It is fixed. Okay, one answer. Guys, can anybody help? What is self?
Naveen, it's a self-referencing variable.
Good. It is self-referencing variable. Type in your answers, guys, so that Lavanya can take that. We'll have her do that. Okay. And let's see. So cricket player has a name, bat, and a ball. What does a cricket player do, Lavanya?
Batting and bowling.
Good. Now back to self again one more time, Lavanya. Did you understand it is called a self-referencing variable? Did you understand that? That is something I will ask you to manually remember.
Yeah.
Okay. Now there is something special about self. If you look at when at the time of creating an object, there is something special about self. Are you able to catch what is something special here?
By using self, we can access the name.
Okay. You can access the keywords. You can access the
keywords.
Okay, the attributes and the methods is one thing. And notice there are three arguments here: Sachin, MRF, and Guru. Sachin is mapping to name, MRF is mapping to bat, and Guru is mapping to ball.
That.
But for self, we did not give any arguments. For self, we do not give any arguments is the catch. Catching it, Lavanya?
Yeah.
Very good. So that is the second thing I will ask you to manually remember. And okay, so that is the story of the self. Let's say I come down here and back here, back to. Okay, can you tell me what kind of an object is students?
Tuple. List
Okay.
of tuples.
It is a list of tuples. Do you know what is the difference between list and a tuple?
Yeah. Tuple is we cannot change the value once we give it.
Very good.
List we can change.
Very
We
good.
can change and replace the words.
Very good. It is modifiable. It is mutable. Okay. What do you think is the students dot sort doing here, Lavanya?
It sorts the list given by alphabetical order.
Alphabetical order. It is sorting by the name. Right?
Yes.
Why is it sorting by the name?
Mm. Based on the index value.
Good. So what do you think is X here?
Address.
X is a tuple. X will map to the tuple. You ask tuple, hey, give me the first item. That is ending up being the name. Catching it, Lavanya?
Okay.
That's a slightly tough one. Okay. Now let's say come back here and list and tuple. Okay. Do you remember what is this called, Lavanya?
Yeah. Without using, we can print the list by using this line.
We can print the list. Okay. Okay. Acceptable. It is
Yeah.
called list comprehension. It is a more advanced way of writing the Python
List.
code in a single line of code. Okay.
Okay.
There is something special going on in the list comprehension.
Yeah. By using for loop, we can access the list.
Okay. So more precisely, it starts somewhere on the right-hand side, then comes to the left-hand side. Generally, the code goes from left-hand side to right-hand side, whereas here, in a slightly friendly way, it first starts with the right-hand side, then comes to the left-hand side. That's what I want you to keep in mind.
Okay.
Okay, good. And that is the story of the list comprehension. Let's see. Coffee intake. Numbers, random, sorts. Do you remember what does the function input do?
Yeah, we can read the values.
Reading the values, good answer. What does type do?
It gives the data type
Very
of
good.
the
Very
variable.
good. Explain me what is going on in this line.
It says we have to read the numerical values.
Okay.
Int
Then
represents numerical, input represents we have to read the values.
okay, once you read the value, something is going on, Lavanya. What do you think is happening?
Enter the second number. We can read the value of y in numerical data we are reading here and
Okay.
assigning it to y.
Good answer. So in other words, there are two things you should say. When you read something, everything, Python is reading everything as a string or a coffee cup. Here, we are explicitly converting it into numerical data or teacup. That is the second step. So int is converting it into numerical data, and then y is becoming numerical data. Catching it?
Yes.
Good. Let's say move a little ahead. Okay, do you remember what is the mantra of a function? A friendly mantra?
Function is nothing but it contains the predefined keys. By using this, we can create any code.
Okay, okay. How about others? Can you help Lavanya? Good.
Sure.
It is a group of lines of code. Oops. Okay, Lavanya.
Yeah, okay.
And let's see, what does return do?
It returns the output.
It gives you back the output. And let's see, do you remember, let's say come here, what is Brook Bond, Taj and Lipton? What are they called?
Attributes or arguments.
Arguments, okay, arguments is okay. Anything
Those
else?
are the local variables.
Okay, very good. They are the local variables. And let's say, what is red label?
Global variable.
Good answer. Let's say that is the classes, then, okay. Now here's a slightly tough one, Lavanya. Can you recall what is this line of code doing?
It creates the figure.
Good answer. So more precisely, you should say it's creating a figure object. Okay. And what's happening in these two lines of code?
We are adding the axis to that figure.
We're adding the axis is what it is. So what is an axis? Tough question.
X-axis, Y-axis, dimensions.
Remember, an axis is something, it's a group of axes. Axis is either x-axis or y-axis is one dimension. Axis is 2 dimensions. Okay? As simple as that. And let's see. Okay, now what we'll do. Okay, before I go there, say come here. Okay, what is Nescafe here?
Global variable.
Good. Now let's say, can you explain me what is going on in this function? Tough question, Lavanya.
We are trying to print. Actually, we have to consider the Nescafe before global variable.
We have to consider. Okay.
If we consider, then it gives an error. Nescafe equals to espresso, because we have to get the permission from global.
Good answer. Good answer. You're doing it. So Nescafe already has coffee. What we are doing is inside Anu's house, we are trying to put espresso into Nescafe.
Yeah.
So this Nescafe will not be the cup in the park, will not be the global variable, but it will be the local variable. It is going to be a new object. You understand, Lavanya?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's say if you want to get this cup in the park inside the house and modify it, how do we do that?
By using global and Nescafe.
Very good. Okay. So now what I'll do, come back here. Okay, now you share your screen, please. I'll stop sharing my screen. I'll give you a few things. I want you to run them. And I will put it in the chat. I'm putting it in the chat window. Now here is a task. Copy and paste that into your notebook. And team, please try to help out. Feel free to help out Lavanya here. Get the negative index to get the last character. In other words, give me the last character in this string using the negative index. How to get the last character, Lavanya?
I think we have to make it as a list by using. Can I change it into list?
You can do anything which you think will work. That is up to you. You do it. You show us what you want to do. And team, feel free to help out Lavanya here. We need to get the last one. Keep looking at the chat window for help, Lavanya.
Okay.
Are you looking at the help from your friends?
Yeah. Without changing index, you can access.
First, try out what your friends are suggesting.
Okay.
Fix the problem. What is the problem there? Have you practiced any of the older exercises that we have done in the last 2 or 3 days, Lavanya?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good one. And let's see, have you, okay. Okay, so is that the last character? What I want is the last character.
You mean D?
Yeah.
It is the
Let's see,
second
I'll
output.
resend you what I sent you. Take a look at my string that I sent you and my string that you have.
Yeah, it's different.
Don't modify the same cell. Keep that cell like that. Put it in the below cell so that we are seeing step by step what is happening. Put it, come down below to the third cell. Now, try to execute whatever you want, whatever we want. See what your friends are saying.
-1.
Got it?
Yeah.
So what is the difference between cell 3 and cell 5?
Here they are the two variables, I think, two values. Here Hamara Bharat Mahan and Jai Hind, they both are comes under one value.
Very good. That's what I've given. I have given you 1 coffee cup. You modified it into 2 coffee cups.
2.
That's why you were getting Jai Hind.
Yeah.
Okay. So what is this doing? What is cell 6? What are we getting in cell 6?
We are getting the last character. It's -1 is nothing but it's count from right hand side.
Good answer. Give me the mantras in there. -1 means there are 2 things going on there. What are they?
-1, if we count it from right hand side, then the index value becomes minus. -1 is nothing but last variable, right?
Okay. So in other words, when you say minus, Python is starting from reverse is the first mantra. Second mantra is it's following a 1-based index. Okay.
Okay.
One more time, I'm sending you my string, which is saying, now what I want you to do is get the positive, get the last character. This time, don't use the negative index, but get the positive index. Use the positive index and get the last character.
6, 7.
And team and guys, feel free to help out your friend Lavanya. I want you to use the positive index, okay?
Done.
Okay, good one. Okay, acceptable. Pravalika, that's a good one. Actually, we'll come
Length.
to that.
Actually, I found the length of that and I have given 30. D comes under 13.
But what if you have 100 or 1 million characters in that? What will you do?
Then we have to take the length keyword.
Ah, good one there. You know it. Okay, good one. So let's say now another one. For the same string, I want the index of comma. There is a comma there. I want to know what is the index of it. That's a tough one. Just give a thought. Let's see if anybody else is able to help you.
I don't think it.
Okay. So what you do, type in my underscore string.
Okay.
Put a dot,
Dot.
do a tab,
Tab.
and give it a movement. Now, here are a group of methods in there. Is there any method which it looks like will give you the index of comma? Constantly keep looking at the help that your friends are giving you. That's a shortcut.
Is it find or index? Index value.
Execute it. Rather than ask me, execute it.
Okay. It's giving index value. Okay.
Good. That's how you find the index. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say index of. Let's say I want to get the index of capital B.
Capital
B.
B.
Bharat B.
Okay. Let me try this way. Find 7.
Okay, good one. That's a pretty straightforward one. Now here's a slightly tough one. Next one, Lavanya.
Okay.
Execute this one.
It counts the number of A's in that string.
Good. It is giving you how many A's are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah.
8, 9, 9.
Okay, you can verify that. That's what count is string. Let's say here is my string one more time. Now convert it to uppercase.
Okay.
Very good. Now here's another one. Explain me what this is doing.
It finding the Bharat in 7th index.
Very good. It is giving you the index is where it is. So where it is starting, where the word is there. Find is used for word. And earlier we used indexes for a character. Okay. Let's see.
Find is for string.
Find is for a character.
Find is for character.
Character means like letter. Now take a look at this. Execute this.
X is not, starts with X. X is not available in the string. Maybe it's giving false.
Okay.
Starts with, there is no word in this string starts with X.
Is it looking for
Starting index is not X.
what is the starting index? Okay, in the next cell, copy paste the same thing. And instead of H, put an X there, or instead of X, put a H. So what do you think it is doing?
There is no word which starts with X earlier, and here we have Hamara, which is starts with H.
More precisely, it is not that there is no word. It is the line is starting with H. Starts with means it is saying if the string or the textual object is starting with that specific character. Catching it, Lavanya?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay, let's see if you can catch this. Okay, try this. Explain what it is doing.
It's making uppercase letters into lowercase and lowercase into uppercase.
Very good. Let's say here's a slightly tough one, but give it a try. Replace all the spaces or remove all the spaces. If I would say remove all the spaces in this one, how would you do that? Okay, I'll give you a hint.
Split down.
You have to remove all the. Okay, I'll give you a hint. Try replace.
Replace with?
Okay, let's see if you can get any help on that. How do you look at, if you want to see what is inside replace or how replace is working, what do you do? How do you look at that?
Tab.
Good. What did you do?
I clicked on tab.
Shift
key.
tab.
Okay. We have to give the
Expand the
whole.
plus. Expand the plus. You should see an example. Scroll down. Okay, looks like they
That's-
haven't given you any help. So look at go to your friends now.
Old one. Oh. We replace the space with no space.
Good. Empty space, empty string. More precisely. Okay. And okay. So now what we'll do, I will come back to my stuff. Let me come back here. Scroll down here a little bit. Do you know what is Jupyter?
Jupyter.
Yeah.
This is an interpreter.
Jupyter is a web ID.
Web ID. Is it server?
No, it's a web ID. It's a integrated development environment. It's a web integrated development environment. Just like you have Eclipse for Java or Visual Studio.NET for .NET, just in case you're familiar, that's where we are writing the code. Okay. Do you remember what is the mantra of Anaconda?
Stadium.
Anaconda is the stadium. Very good. Okay. What is the technically, what do you say?
Anaconda is where we run the code.
Anaconda. Okay.
Distribution.
Anaconda is a distribution. Good. Okay. So now, one more time, I'm going to share my screen for a moment here. Say, share my screen. Let's see. Okay. So there it is. A little bit about sets and things like that. Sets are neither mappings nor sequences, rather, they are unordered collections of unique and immutable objects. Do you remember what is sequence, Lavanya?
Sequence. Values which we given. Or the
Sequence
list.
is a group of values which we can access sequentially. Do you remember what is a dictionary?
Yeah, it contains keys and values.
Good answer. So mapping is like a dictionary. And their unordered means
Unordered collection.
what does unordered mean?
They are not in order.
As simple as that. Unique means
Unique means either textual or numerical.
okay, what is unique, guys?
One is
Simplified, Suresh. They are more precisely, there are no duplicates. That's what is unique means.
yes.
Okay, what is immutable?
Immutable we cannot change.
Good answer. Okay, can you give an example of an object which is immutable?
Tuple.
Tuple, good. Anything else?
Hmm.
How about a second example?
Sets.
A string. String is also immutable.
Okay.
And let's see. So what is a set? A set is also like a list object, a tray in which you cannot have duplicate items. They are unique. And we'll try to look at an example of that, okay? And when you take a look at the set here, what do you think is this set, Lavanya? What does it look like to you?
Set here act as a function.
Good answer. That's like a function, that's like an object, that's like a class. What we are doing is we're creating an object of set. Okay. And let's say come back here. So, okay. Back to here. Okay, set one is cry, set two is try, or try and cry. Now, back to school, there is a union. What is union? What does union of two sets do?
It's it takes the common values in two sets.
It is taking the common values. Okay. Anything else?
Same values. Same characters in two sets.
Okay. Combines. Okay. The more simple answer, it's combining. It's taking everything in set one and set two. TRY, CRY, it is putting everything and then it is automatically removing the duplicates. So if you notice, R is there in both of them. The Y is also there in both of them. Okay, but so it puts all the four together and then keeps only one R and one Y. At a slightly visual perspective, that is what it is doing, Lavanya. Okay.
Okay.
What do you think is intersection doing?
Okay, it takes intersection is nothing but similar values it gives.
Good answer, common. What is minus doing?
Difference.
I think the output is not here, but can you recall what might a difference do in two sets back to school?
The difference here is C and D.
So what do you think set one minus set two will do?
It removes the common values. I mean, Y or
okay. I think it will give you everything which is in set 1, but not in set 2. And that will be Y. Y is in set 1, but not in set 2. That is what it will do. That's what we'll try to play around. So we are able to do sets. What do? They allow you to do mathematical operations, intersection, join, difference, and things like that. These are some mathematical operations that we can do at a list object level. Okay. What do you think is pandas, Lavanya? Do you recall?
Package.
It's a package for?
Package of functions.
Package for data frame.
Data frame. Okay.
What is the data frame? Guys, please feel free to help out Lavanya. Keep looking at your friend's help.
Is it combination of numerical and textual data?
Yes. In other
Okay.
words, it's a tray of different trays. Okay. Every time you're looking at an answer from your friends in the chat window, you're getting an idea and you're answering it. I want you to come back and say thank you to the person who helped you. I want you to follow that practice. Okay, Lavanya?
Okay.
Just say thanks, Niharika. Thanks, Pravalika. Just keep saying that. Let that keep coming.
Thanks, Niharika and Pravalika.
Okay. And let's say, so back to pandas, it is open source. What is the meaning of open source, Lavanya?
Is it editable?
It is free.
Free.
Okay. BSD licensed library, providing high performance, easy to use data structures and data analysis tools for Python programming language. Pandas is a package which will give us data frames. If we know how to work with pandas, they say we know 50% of Python. In other words, it's a very, very useful, very, very helpful package is what it is. It is built on top of NumPy and SciPy to some extent of Matplotlib. In other words, it was built on top of all the 3 packages that we have been using. What is the mantra of NumPy? What is NumPy?
NumPy is a package which contains functions.
Functions for?
Functions for similar data.
Arrays and matrices.
Arrays
What is the difference between array and a matrix?
Array is nothing but it is a tray of cups. Matrix is a number of trays.
Very good. An array is a tray of cups and a matrix is a tray of similar trays. Okay. What is Matplotlib?
It is also a package for visualization.
Good
it
answer.
Contains functions.
Good answer. So pandas is well suited for many different kinds of data. Tabular data is table-like data. It is heterogeneously typed, means it is a tray of different trays. You can have textual data. You can also have numerical data. It is like a table in a database. It is like a spreadsheet in an Excel. Ordered and unordered time series data. So we'll later have a look at the time series data. Can anybody think of an example of what is time series data, guys? Lavanya, you also give a thought. What do you think is time series data? Cool. If you're into stocks, climate, weather, this is time series data. Every minute, every few seconds, the stock values are changing, the weather is changing, the climate is changing. That is called time series data. The data which is changing with respect to the time. So arbitrary matrix data with rows and columns means it is like a matrix. It is 2-dimensional, it has rows and columns, but it can have different kinds of data. Any other form of observational statistical data set. So in the world of data analytics, everything is generally converted into pandas data frames or NumPy arrays, and then a lot of advanced analytics. Your cricket scoreboard, stock prices, all these things can also be converted into pandas data frames, guys, okay? And let's see, move to the next one. Covering a little bit of theory. So we can analyze the data generally. We take the pandas data, we analyze it, we clean it, we munge it, model it. This is what the life cycle of a data analytics project is about, and that's where pandas comes to the rescue. What does import do, Lavanya?
It imports the functions which are in pandas.
Good answer. It is like opening a toolbox. So once you say import pandas, we are able to use the functions inside it. A data frame is 2 dimensions. It has rows and columns. Series is something which is like a data frame with only 1 column. It is only 1 dimensional is what it is. We'll later talk about that. What is PD here?
PD alias name for
That's a
pandas.
friendly name. And let's see, okay, this is the data frame. I think data loading, structured data. Okay, do you recall what does read CSV do, Lavanya?
Read, it takes input from that location, which
Good
we
answer.
mentioned.
It reads the file and converts it into a data frame or creates a data frame. Catching it, Lavanya?
Yes.
Okay. Let's say, come back here. And now here's a slightly tough question, Lavanya. Can you predict? Do you know how to predict?
Okay.
Can you predict what is the stock price of Microsoft?
What? No.
What is your favorite company?
Google?
What is the stock price of Google?
I don't know.
So you don't know how to predict?
No.
Okay.
I have no knowledge about stack prices.
Okay. Stock prices. Okay. Subbu says Tech Mahindra. That's a good example. But let's say, shall I predict what is in your mind now?
No.
You don't want me to predict?
You don't know me, right?
Yeah.
How can you predict?
But still, shall I make a prediction?
Yeah, feel
You want
free
to take you want to take a break, don't you?
No.
You don't want to take a break? You're
No,
strong,
I
aren't
don't
you?
know.
Oh, very good. Okay, not a problem. But let's do this. It's almost an hour, so let's take a short break, maybe 5 minutes like that. We'll regroup and continue the journey. Okay, Lavanya? Okay, you can
Okay,
turn
now.
off your video. Everybody okay with that, guys? Great. So take a short 5-minute break, guys. Okay, guys, I'm back. Can you quickly type in the chat window if you're back, guys? Great. Thank you, guys. So let me come back here. Stream for a moment. Back to this one. Let's go back to here. And let's see where we are. So, Chandra, let's start. Back to the classes. Badminton player. Oh. How about now? Niharika? Okay. Successful thing. It's in my portrait. Functions and classes. Let's go here. Let's see where we were yesterday, guys. Continue the journey here and wait to 2 and let's see. So, gentlemen, ladies, what kind of an object is waiter here? Waiter 2, what kind of an object is it? Okay, let's see. Any more volunteers? Can you quickly come on online just like Lavanya? Looking for more volunteers who have access to the cloud. Good answer, that's dictionary. Anybody else available to come online, please? Okay. Shravya, so do you have access to the cloud, Shravya? Have you taken care of that?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Let me make you the co-host. Very good. Shravya. So there is a co-host and you sent you the request. I will stop my share. Let's come back here. No, I will not stop my share now. Let me cover a little bit and then you try to take it from there. So what so okay, waiter is a dictionary. Now what is Nescafe and coffee here, Shravya? Answer the question. What is Nescafe? What is coffee?
Keys and values.
Good. Key and values, as simple as that. So let's say we have Nescafe, we have Starbucks, we have brew. What are we doing here? What is this line of code doing?
We are adding brew to we are adding another value to the brew. Frappes.
Okay. Look at the help of your friends.
We are replacing.
We are modifying brew. Brew initially there was instant coffee, then we are modifying it to frappe.
Yeah.
Okay. So just give a brief introduction of introduction of yourself. Turn on your video for a moment. There you go, Shravya. Good to see you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Give a brief introduction, please.
OOPS is an object-oriented program.
No. Give a brief introduction about yourself.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Shravya Chinmilli. I'm from Tadepalligudam and I studied in Sasi Institute of Technology and Engineering in the stream of Information Technology.
Which college?
Sasi, sir.
What is it?
Sasi.
Sasi.
Site.
Is that like an abbreviation?
Sir.
What, is that like an abbreviation?
Yes, sir. Sasi Institute of Technology and Engineering.
Sasi Institute. Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, good to know, Shravya. So keep your video on. That will keep us engaged and things like that. I'll bring up my thing here. So now here's a slightly tough one, Shravya. What do you think is this doing? this line of code?
We are replacing the Caribou value to the Lati.
Are we replacing? Here is the
No. We are adding another key and
Good.
value.
Adding a key and a value. And let's say, come back here. Okay. Now, here's a slightly tough one. Can you explain what this is doing?
Tray. Adding tray with the values coffee and Nescafe.
Very good. It's adding a list object which has a coffee and a Nescafe.
Nescafe.
What does values do?
Gives values.
As simple as that. Cool. It gives all the values at once. Okay.
Okay.
Very good. And now, what is eat here?
Function calling.
Okay, we're calling a function. Is there any problem here, Stravya? It's a
No.
hint. There's no problem. This is a hint. How about this one?
Self-noted.
Okay, let's see. Okay. Look at your friend's help.
Okay.
See what your friends are saying.
Self-noted object not created. Sachin is an object, sir.
So what is the problem? Let's see if I can find this one. Where did I execute these things? This is the function. So I think yesterday these things were executed at your end. Okay, that's why I don't have a record. Okay, that's a tough one. So let me see. Come back here, back to classes. Let's see if I will run this one and see if you're able to answer this one. So here, I'm creating a class and now I say eat. Now notice we're getting eat is not defined. It says eat is not there, but we do have eat.
Yes, we not declared globally.
We have not declared globally is one answer. Okay, anything else you can think of? A slightly tough question, so don't feel guilty.
Not declared any object.
So what does that mean? Let's say, come here. Okay, so now I declared an object. So what should we do? Cool. Are you understanding it, Stravya?
No, sir, I'm confused.
Okay, so eat is not a function. Eat is a method. A method, what you do is you don't call it directly. You have to create an object. Only using the object you can access a method.
Okay.
As simple as that. Okay. Very good. And let's see, come back here. Okay. Person, eat, play, and exercise. We looked at the cricket player, do batting and bowling, do service. Let's see, here's a slightly tough one. Stravya, let's see if you are able to find some help here. Here is Sindhu. Now let's say Sindhu will get an error. It's a slightly tough one. We're getting an error when we call the do service. Does anything come to your mind?
Self.
Are you able to recall anything from yesterday?
Self missing.
Where do you think we should have self?
Self is not written in do service method.
Are you understanding that, Stravya? No? Okay. So take a look at this. We'll come here. We'll copy paste the same thing. Scroll up here. When you write a method, you always should say self inside a class. Okay. Now we're repeating the same thing. What is Sindhu here?
Sindhu is an object.
Good. So now you say Sindhu dot do service. And let's say run that. And now notice no problem. She's doing the service, which means to call a method, when we define a method, always define a self. Self is called self-referencing variable. You need to manually remember that. Okay, the self, when you give self, you're telling this function, if somebody wants to access this function, you need to create an object. That's why we create an object, and using that object only, we're able to call that method. Okay, Shravya?
Okay.
And another thing you have to also keep in mind is for self, notice we are not passing an argument.
Yes.
Okay. So that is the story of the self. Then come to the badminton player. And there is the do service. Okay, we fixed it. Now, okay. Increasing the complexity a little bit, guys. Everybody get ready. So take a look at this. Stravya, do you have access to the cloud?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if I copy paste this, will you be able to run this there?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So let's say I'm going to copy this. I will stop sharing my screen. You share your screen. Close any of your personal windows and share your screen. I have stopped mine. Very good. You're practicing good. Let me bring up the chat window. And I'm going to paste this code. Okay, paste it in your window. Okay, so now explain me step by step from line 1 till the last line, what each line is talking, or each line is saying. Just give a friendly try.
Init is a signature.
Start with class.
Okay. Badminton player is a class name.
Okay,
Which
what
we
is
have
class?
to define starting. Badminton player.
Okay, so in other words, class is architectural plan. Badminton player is a class name.
Yeah, yes, class name.
Then come to the next line. Explain me.
Init is a signature. We have defined self, name, age, or rocket shuttle.
Okay, so what you should say, Shravya.
These are arguments. Self, name, and age. These are all.
Okay, the way you should say is init is a constructor.
Okay.
Self is self-referencing variable.
Hmm.
A name, age, a racket, a shuttle are arguments. Okay. And how do you define a constructor?
Object dot.
So when you're creating an object, when we are constructing an object, Python is calling this one. That's why we're calling it as a constructor. Okay.
Okay.
That is the story of the second line. Then print is print. Print is just printing I'm a badminton player. Then come to self name, self age, self racket, and shuttle. What are they called?
Attributes.
Attributes or instance variables. So does a badminton player have name, age, racket, and shuttle?
Yes, sir. Oh, no.
The badminton does not have a racket and shuttle.
Rocket and shuttle is there.
What should not be there?
Age.
Badminton player does not have an age. Sindhu is 25 years old, right? She does not have an age.
Yeah, age is also there.
What about name? Does Sindhu have a name?
Yeah.
What is her name?
Sindhu.
Okay. All right. So what should not be here?
Badminton player. Self-dot bat ball.
Why should bat and ball not be there?
Badminton player only cock and this one rocket, sir.
Good. A badminton player plays with racket and a shuttlecock, right? They don't
Yes.
play with a bat and a ball. So what is this? This is wrong object-oriented design. This is wrong design. Bat and ball should not be put in badminton play. Catching it?
Yes.
Okay. So that is what is the story of each line. What is do service and do smashing here?
Method.
One
Do
more time.
service is a method.
They are methods. And when you're taking the help of your friends, say thanks, Lokesh. Thanks, Wish.
Thank you, Lokesh.
You can just say in a casual way, just say thanks. I think that's a method is what you can say. All you guys, you need to develop that culture, guys. When you're working with your clients, the European clients, the clients outside the world and things like that, when they give you small hints and tips and tricks and things like that, you need to keep thanking them. For every small thing, you need to keep thanking them. That will become a good culture, good discipline, and they will also be appreciative of that, guys. Okay. So just a friendly suggestion, keep that in the mind, Stravia. Give a try. Good. Okay. So that is the story of Sindhu. Let us see now. Let's see. Back to car. I'm going to send you another one. Run this. Okay. Is the design good or is the design bad? Tough question, Stravia.
Spaces, sir.
Space. Okay. Anything else? Guys, help out Stravia. Feel free to help her out. Is everything good? Is anything bad?
My age, sir.
You think a car does not have an age?
No.
So if your car is 5 years old, isn't that the age of it?
No, car doesn't have age.
And what if your car is 5 years old? If you bought a car, it's let's say 5 years old. What do you call that? That is age only, Stravia. So age in a car is okay. It is telling you when you bought it, how many years is what it is. Okay, you can call it life also, is what it is. Does every car have a brakes?
Yes.
Why?
Every vehicle should have a brake, no, sir.
If the brake is not there?
Accident.
Okay, big words there. Okay. So every car has a brake, as simple as that. Why it has a brake? Because it has a brake, as simple as that. Right? Okay, every car has tires.
Yeah.
So that's a good design so far. Nothing odd there. Every car has a name, a model, an age. You can add more. Let's say you want to add model into this one, model number. How do you add that, Stravia? Where do you add it and how do you add it?
Here we can add.
Okay, complete it and run it.
Model.
How do you run it?
What's model name, sir?
Model name. Guys, any model name for Stravia? Model name. 2019 model. Huh? Model is 2019 antara Suresh. Is that what model is? SUV. Okay, put SUV. Execute it. Okay. Now fix it.
Row of tabs and spaces.
Fix it. Let's see if your friends are able to help you. Okay.
Indentation.
Okay, if you look at self.tires, what is happening is when you copied it, some special characters sometimes they get copied. So remove those special characters for all of them.
Where, sir?
Self.tires on the left hand side of it, you see two arrows, right?
Okay,
So
okay.
those are nothing but tabs. They're behind the scenes, some special. Remove all those things.
Ah, yes, sir.
Cool. So that's how you add an attribute. If you think of more, you can keep on adding like that. That's what you'll do. That's how you design a class. Okay, Shravya.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Move on to the next one. And let's see. Okay. So we completed this. Okay, let me give this one to you. And let's say if you're able to answer this one. Okay, try this, Shravya.
Empty list.
So what is special here?
Self-taught friends equal to list of.
Okay, friends is an empty list object. It's an empty tray, as simple as that. Okay, let's say you want, I want you to add one of your friends into the friends. How do you do that? I'll give you a hint. Friends is a list object.
Insert.
Okay, do it. Execute it in the next cell. Feel free to help out Shravya, guys.
Sir, is this okay?
Let's see. Okay, execute it. That's how you know it. So now what do you think is the problem?
Object is not callable. Okay.
Cool. Good. Okay, now if you want to see what is in friends, how do you do? If you want to see what is inside friends, what do you do, Shravya?
Even not friends. Yes.
Cool. Are you understanding?
Yes.
Very good. And let's say back to the awards. I think we have looked at this one. Cricket player, this badminton player, and we have looked at this one. Brackets. But I'll give you this one so that you are able to recall this. Let's say, okay, try this one, Shravya.
Yeah, we are getting all the list in the racket.
Very good.
Racket.
So what is different here, Shravya?
Assign list within the method.
Okay, that's a slightly tough one. We are hard coding Yonex, Wilson, Costco, and Victor within the constructor. We are not adding it after the object is created. Before the object is created only, within the constructor we are adding. It's a slightly deep one, slightly tough one, but are you understanding, Shravya? Are you understanding, Shravya?
Yeah, sir.
Okay, so if you didn't understand that, let me try this one. Send you this and see if this helps you. Okay, try this one. And after that, try this one.
When lining, yes. We have added lining to the last.
So lining is added after the object is created, whereas Yonex, Wilson, Costco, and Victor have been added at the time of constructing. It is inside the construct. We have hard-coded those values. Are you catching the difference, Shravya?
Yes, sir.
One is at the time of constructing it, we are adding it by hard-coding them, whereas lining is something we are adding after the object is created. In real world, based on our requirements, sometimes we have to do this, sometimes we have to do this. We have to have an understanding of both of them. Okay?
Okay.
Good. Now let's see. Sunday. That we have already looked at this and enumerate. Okay. Okay. Yesterday, go back to your Jupyter Hub. You already have the home page, I think. Next tab is your home page. Okay, that's okay. Yesterday, I have shared a file called demographics data. Have you downloaded that one?
Actually, I'm not getting access. I am using company laptop.
Oh.
So we are unable to access our Gmails in this.
You're unable to access the Gmail.
Yes, sir.
Yesterday, who was I working with? Lokesh and Niharika, I think. Niharika, how did you access it? Can you unmute yourself and Niharika or others?
All they are using it the personal laptop, sir.
Oh, personal laptop. She was using personal PC. So you're not able to share the Gmail and the G drive.
Yes, sir.
And you're on your computer. Okay, okay, all right. So which means the pandas needs that one. So you have an email, right, Shravya?
Yes, sir.
You have a Tech Mahindra email, right? From Outlook.
Yes, sir.
You're not able to access Gmail. From you don't have to show your email, but what you can do is, Niharika, send. Can you, if you already have that file, can you send to her Shravya's Outlook email, please? Send that file to. Okay, great. So let's give Niharika one moment.
Savya, send your ID personally in chat box.
In the chat box, you can select Niharika and send your email, Outlook email to her.
Okay.
Let's come back here.
Savya, I have it with me. Wait, I will send it.
Yeah, I have sent it.
Oh, you can stop sharing your screen, Stravya. Stop sharing your screen. Now you do your stuff. Download the file. After you downloaded the file, go ahead and share your screen so that others can also follow the same process.
Yeah, okay,
Guys,
sir.
everybody follow
I
Stravya.
got it.
You got it done? Did you get it, Stravya?
No, sir.
Okay.
Right.
Niharika, you have sent it done?
Yeah, Lavanya has shared my links.
Sir,
Okay, okay.
already said.
Okay. So now download the file, go back to the cloud. So if you're here, what we need to do is we need to put it on the cloud, right? What did we share yesterday? We need to put it on the cloud, upload, right? But that is
Sir,
useless.
can I share my screen?
One moment. Niharika, how did we share yesterday from the cloud? That was on the cloud, right? Even if you download it.
Sir, we are in the, they are using our company laptops, right, sir? After downloading it, it is in the downloads folder in the PC.
So we are able to upload it, right?
Yeah, sir.
Okay, very good. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you, Niharika. Go ahead, Stravya. Share your screen.
Okay.
Upload in Jupyter. Okay, Vishweshwari.
There. So just give me a minute.
Yeah. Okay. Click on upload. Demographic data. Okay. Upload. Okay. Now go back to the notebook that we were just knowing. Is it global? I think you have another global tab there.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. So here all the objects will be there. So now let's say back to this. Okay, before I take on this one, I'll give you a few things. We'll try to solve Stravya. Let's see. I'm pasting this one. A few more exercises. Let's say send to everyone, and I'll say here it's okay.
1 minute.
There you go.
Sir, everyone was asking to send to their mails.
What is it, Stravya?
Yeah, everyone was asking to send to their Outlook mails.
I'll say.
I was. Can I ask Lakshmi to share or Swati to share this
Yeah.
to everyone?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So there is it. Suresh has shared the link to the file also. See if you're able to download from there also, guys. And there. Okay. So go back to a little bit of quizzes and exercises I just sent you.
Sorry.
Okay, one more time, I sent you the exercise of my string Hamara Bharat Mahan Jai Hind. And now let's say I want you to replace all the I's with the ones. How do you do that?
Replace. Replace with one, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, can you repeat this question again?
Replace I with one. Number
I
one.
with one. Okay.
You already answered the question. Guys, help her out. Okay, are you looking at your friend's cell? Cool.
Yes.
As simple as that. So that's how you replace it. Let's say now the same one. Now here's a slightly tough one. You're probably not used to it. The same thing, my string, split it into two parts. If you want to split it into two parts, it's a tough question. How do you think you can split it into two parts?
My string got split off.
Good answer. Try it, execute it. Okay, good answers coming up there. But I want only two parts.
Split off two.
Okay, let's see. So you're getting an error. So what do you do now? You give something to a function or a method and it's giving an error. Now you have to find help about it. What do you do? Oh, really? That is working. Strange. Hamara Bharat Ma. No, that is only one string. I want, that's one part. I want you to divide that into two parts. So I'll give you a hint. If you want to take a look at the help of split, what do you do?
Use plus or hash. That I'm not getting.
So you can do, okay.
Shift plus tab. Okay.
Expand it. Now let's see, scroll down and see if there are any examples. Okay, I don't think they have given. Sometimes they will give. And so that's one way how you can look at the help is something I want you to keep in mind. But let's say Hamara Bharat Mahan, Jai Hind. Okay, it's probably a tough one. Say split off, comma. Instead of two, put a comma there.
Yeah. Okay.
Good. Now you see the difference?
Sir, it printed like before only, no sir.
Okay, think again. Did it print like before?
Okay. Two are separated.
Two separate strings. It's a tray of 2 pups.
Yes.
So it is a comma which is separating them into 2 parts.
Mm.
Do you see anything there which can separate them into 3 parts? It's a tough question, Strawberry. Okay, so it's a tough one. There's nothing which is going to split that into 3 unless we write some additional code and things like that. As simple as that. Okay, so now, okay, another tough one. Let's say instead of split, you use join. Say join, and then instead of comma, you use percent.
What's a
Percentage,
percent?
right?
Sir, what is this percentage?
Join the characters using percent is what it is. So you said join percent, and okay, look at the help of join. So I think it looks like dot join. Dot join takes up my string dot join. Example is it's taking dot join. It's taking a list object. This should have actually, I'm thinking this should have worked. My string dot join. Give me one moment. Try that. So it's taking up. Dictionary. Okay, so let's say, come back here. What you do is, you say, on the left-hand side, you put a percentage in quotes.
Yes, sir.
Delete that my string. Instead of my string, put percent in quotes on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
In quotes, percentage. And then join, you give my underscore string. And join within brackets my underscore string. So what is happening, Shravya?
H percentile, A percentile.
Good. Percentile. So in other words, every character, between every character, it's putting a percentile. And that is what we mean by join. Okay. Slightly confusing, slightly tough one, but for sake of discipline, we'll leave it there. Let's say I'm going to give you 2 strings here. Okay, run the next one. Okay, now concatenate both of them. Help her out, guys.
Use concat.
Okay, how do you use that? You can run it and execute it. Anybody able to help her? You can check and see if my string has concat, Shravya. So what does it mean? More simple answer, Lokesh. How do you
that's
check and see if my string has concat, Shravya?
my string.
Does the string really have concat or not? How do you see it?
We have to write next line my string.
You can say my string dot and do a tab. It will give you a list of methods which are available.
So
Execute.
how to concatenate this one?
చెప్తున్నాను అదే చెప్తున్నాను. First you
Okay.
say my string dot and do a tab. Okay, take out the concat, remove the concat. Now remove the brackets. There you go. Now see, is there a concat?
No.
Which means you cannot use a concat,
Okay.
right? So what you do is delete that two brackets, delete. You can also look and see if there are any methods which are meaningful, which might be doing concatenation. That's what you need to check in real world. If anything looks meaningful, you should try to execute it. You should look at the help of it. That is generally what we do. But here, for the sake of simplicity, remove the dot. Okay, take a look at Rahul.
My string plus my other string. Okay.
Cool.
Okay, okay, sir.
So what is the problem here? Tough question.
We haven't used concat.
Let's say you put a comma instead
Yeah,
of a
that
plus.
just plus.
Let's say you put a comma instead of a plus. Copy that one, put it in the next cell. Okay, hold on 1 second. Give me 1 moment. Let's say. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So let's see. Okay, Shravya, are you there?
Yes, sir.
So when you concatenate it with a comma, what is happening, Shravya? Tough question.
It's separating. Hamara Bharat Mahan Jai Hind and Bharat.
Separating. Okay, what kind of an object did it create?
Object tuple.
Good. Okay, now let's say I want you to concatenate so that there is a space between the two strings. How do you do that? Help her out, guys.
Spaces between two strings.
Simple answer. Let's see if others are helping here. Okay, let's say, okay, others are also thinking, just put a space between them. Between the two strings, just put a space. Copy that, paste it in another cell. So is there a space?
So both are same.
Right.
No space.
How do you put a space? Rahul comes to your rescue again.
No difference. Yeah.
Good.
And then parrot gets separated.
Okay.
Mm.
Good one. So let's say move on to the next one. You know how to predict stock prices, do you?
Thank you, Rahul.
Okay. You know how to predict stock prices, Shravya?
No, sir.
You know how to do prediction, don't you? You don't know prediction?
No, sir.
You want me to predict what you have in your mind?
Yes.
You want to take a break, don't you?
Yes, sir.
You want a break?
Oh, no, sir.
Okay, just kidding there. All right. So, okay, let's proceed a few more minutes and then we'll take a break. Let's see where we are. A few more of them. And what am I doing here? Okay, now here comes a slightly deep one and a slightly tough one. But let's say, okay, first let's send me this one. Okay, try this one.
It's just printing the title, what we have given in the my string.
It is printing the title. Okay, I'll make a small change actually. Let's say, paste this one, my string, and get rid of this. Okay, take this as my string. And then you try to print the title.
Title.
The title. Oh, sorry. I think I'm giving you the wrong one here. One moment, please. Let me copy this one here. 75. Second, back to my string. This one. Say Hamara. Say Bhagat. Say J. Let's say here is H. And now I'm sending a new one. Try this one. Start it. Okay, tell me what is going on. What is it doing?
Oh. Capitals, starting letter capitals.
Good, that is title. It is kind of converting it into a title, and title, we generally have every word starting with a capital letter. Okay, now here comes a slightly tough one. Run this one. Okay, can you take a guess what is happening, Shravya? That's a tough one.
Yeah, in percentile, This is yes. This one is yes.
Hmm.
And it was replacing with this.
Good. Then,
It's get printed.
so in other words, the
Then
first percentile S is replaced with 20.
2010.
Second one with 10K, third one with Bitcoin.
Yes.
Okay, what is this? That is a string operation. Percent S is like a string, percent string. So on the right hand side of my string, what kind of an object do we have? In the print
Bitcoin.
statement, what kind of an object is it?
String.
Is it string? On the right hand side of my string.
Strings.
It's a tuple.
Okay.
Okay. And so what is happening is that is how the percent S is working. The percent S is we call that like a placeholder, and it is taking the items and replacing in the three parts is what is going on. Are you understanding, Shravya?
Yes, sir. Understand.
Yes, sir. No.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay. So now here comes another slightly tough one. Run it.
Parenthesis replaced with this 2010 and 10K and Bitcoin.
Very good. So what is the one which is replacing the parenthesis with 2010 and so on?
This one is tuple. Dictionary.
Take a look at your friend's help.
Format.
What is format here?
This one, sir.
What is it?
What format does?
Format is a method.
Okay.
String is an object.
Mm.
Okay, so format is replacing my string. Wherever it is coming across the braces, the flower brackets, it is replacing the items, right?
Okay.
The flower brackets or the braces are called placeholder. I want you to manually remember. Format
Okay,
is a
sir.
very powerful, a very useful function. You need to remember that one. Okay, now let's say, come back here, another one, run this.
It's printed.
Okay, so now we want to, let's say, get Bharat using positive index. I want you to extract the word Bharat from here. Okay, Bharat. From here, can you take the help of your friends and try to extract Bharat? Help her out, guys. And let's see. So,
Sir, how to take it out? Shit.
Okay, sorry about that. Let's see, Stravya, sorry about that. Are you there, Stravya?
Yeah, sir.
So what I want you to do is I want you to extract Bharat from there and you said my string of Bharat. Okay, looks like you didn't get much of help here. So type in my string and let's say type in within brackets. Yeah, that's called slicing and dicing. Type in 1 colon. What did you get?
It's missing.
Amara Bharat, right? Now in the next one, copy that one,
Okay.
copy the same cell in the next line. No. The line
Where
62,
go?
copy that
Nine.
cell. Cut. Copy 62, cell number 62. Paste it in the next one. Now type in right hand side. Yeah. So, okay. That should give you an index. Good one. Okay. But I just want Bharat.
Yes, sir.
Good. Cool. That is called slicing and dicing. Okay. Let's see where we are. Guys, it's 1:06 right now. At what time shall we take the break, guys? Stravya, what time do you want break? Do you want to go for lunch? Looks like Stravya wants now. She's smiling.
No, sir.
No. No? Okay. Niharika says no. Okay, let's do this, guys. At 1:15, we'll take a break. 45 minutes and we'll join back at 2. Fair enough, Niharika? Stravya, is that okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay, good. So let's see one more time. Now, do the same thing. Here you use a positive index. What is the mantra here? What is 7 and 14, Stravya?
Index.
Okay. So what mantra comes to your mind? When you have left-hand side and right-hand side index, there is some mantra.
Inclusive, exclusive.
What
Inclusive,
does that
exclusive.
mean? What is the meaning of that?
Inclusive, exclusive means
So left-hand side index is inclusive, right-hand side index is exclusive. So it includes 7, 7 means 8, excludes 14, 14 means 15th character. Okay.
okay, sir.
Okay. Now do the same thing using negative index.
Negative means right hand side.
Okay. Here we use 7 and 14 are positive, but we can also extract it using negative. That's a tough one. Feel free to help out Stravya, guys. As Stravya is also trying out, guys, if the rest of you are also trying it, it will be a good discipline and a good practice for you also, guys. So whatever your friends are doing, try to also do it at your end, guys. That will be a good practice for you. So let's see if anybody is able to come to your rescue. Stravya, keep looking at it.
String. $17.
Okay. Minus 24 till minus 17, you got it, huh, Bharat? Okay, good one. Whatever way. But are you understanding, Shravya, how we are able to get it using the positive index and the negative index? Are you understanding the point?
Sir. Understood, sir.
Very good. How's everybody else doing? Is everybody else following Shravya? Everybody else understanding the concept? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Good, guys. Please try to practice along with Shravya and others. And now, Shravya,
Sir.
get the first 12 characters.
First.
Let's say, I'll say, get Hamara from it.
Oh, okay, okay.
No, I'll say, get me the first 12 characters. I want the first 12 characters. How do you do that? From my string. To be removed and this to be there. Okay, Suresh, you may have to. You want Bharat to be removed. Okay, we'll try that also. Okay, Lavanya.
1.
0 to 12, right? 0 to 12, I think, Lavanya. Not 13, right? 13 is 14, 12 is 13. So if you want the first 12, are there 12 characters here, Shravya?
Yes, sir, 12 characters.
Very good. So it's 0 to 12, guys. So now let's say, Shravya, here is what Suresh is asking. If I want only Bharat to be removed and rest to be there. He wants Bharat to be removed, but he wants rest of the string to be there. What do you think? Give a thought.
Remove my string dot remove of Bharat.
Have you done it anyway?
No, sir. No, I'll try.
So to remove, what did you do earlier? Scroll up and see.
Where I had done, I forgot it, sir.
That's why I'm asking you to scroll up. Is it you or maybe is it Lavanya who did it in the day? That's very good. Looks like you've been trying out all the scenarios there. Good job. Keep it up. Or out of work there. Keep practicing these things later also, Shravya. Once or twice, if you run everything, try to understand these things will be helpful. And the same message for everyone. No, you
Sir,
didn't.
I have not used remove.
Okay, then go to your friends.
My string dot replace Bharat. Oh.
Execute it.
Replace is not removing, sir.
You're looking at the code like you're looking at Mahesh Babu. You should execute it.
Remote.
So what is replace? Replace is remove.
Sir, I have not understood, sir.
Replace instead of remove. What we are doing is Bharat is being replaced with empty string. Shravya. So it is acting like remove. It is acting like your instead of Hamara Bharat Mahan, you're saying Hamara Mahan because it replaced Bharat with an empty string. What do? This is how you remove it. We do not have a remove for string. Okay, good one. Okay. So let's say I'll stop it here. So time for prediction. What is Microsoft stock price going to be today, Shravya?
Sir?
What is Microsoft stock today? You didn't understand? How do you make a prediction?
Sir, I'm not getting you.
You want to take a break, don't you?
Yes, sir.
That is a prediction. Just kidding. Okay. So gentlemen, ladies, let's take a lunch break here. It's almost 1:15. Let's meet back at 2 p.m. Everybody okay with that? You can turn off your video, Shravya. You can stop your sharing also. Good job there. Thank you. Okay, guys. Let's meet back in 45 minutes. Thank you.
అనాథలం
guys, if you're back, can you give me a quick yes, please? Great. Thank you, guys. And let's continue the journey, guys. Let's see where we are. For it. Okay. So one of you guys ready? Get ready in a few minutes, guys. I'll start with a little bit at my end, and then we'll continue with you guys. So let's revisit the data frames from yesterday. Let's say, let's pandas data frames, guys, and let's see. I need to go back to. I have the demographic data file CSV. Let's see how it displays. There you go, guys. If you recall, this is the file that we looked at yesterday, the country name, code, birth rate, internet users, and so on. There are totally 195 files here. And back to classes, back to pandas data frame. So I guess I'll need to first initialize these things. Okay. Import OS and get CWD. Do any of you remember what get CWD does, guys?
Current working directory.
Good answer. Okay. It's current. Okay, what is the problem, guys? Let's see, one of you. Why not one of you please open up? Any volunteers there? Anybody ready? Just like Stravya and Lavanya. Ganesh. Okay, let's see. Make co-host. Do you want to make yes? And ask to unmute. Unmute yourself, Ganesh.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Hey, good afternoon, buddy. Good one. So let's see. We'll continue the journey with you. And okay, can you take? No, not yet. Don't share it right now. I'll tell you in a moment, buddy.
Okay.
Let me make a little progress here. Oh, let's check mine. Okay, nice. Come back here. Don't worry about that. Okay. So Ganesh, if you're looking at now, let's get started. Give a brief introduction about yourself, show yourself, and things like that.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Sai Ganesh.
Turn on your video, buddy. There you go. Ah, I
Good
see.
afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, buddy. Go ahead, Ganesh.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Sai Ganesh. I am from Jangareddy, West Godavari. I completed my BTech in the stream of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. Ramchandra College of Engineering at Eluru.
Very good. College of Engineering, huh?
Ramchandra, sir, yes.
What is it? What is the college name?
Ramchandra College of Engineering.
Chandra. Okay, good to know, buddy. Okay. So keep your video turned on, buddy. It will just engage other people. And let's see. So what do you think is the problem here, Ganesh?
Here PD is not defined, sir.
So what should we do?
We want to define that.
How do you do that? Idea how you do that, Ganesh? You can look at the chat window of your friends. Are you looking?
Here import pandas at PD.
Good. Import. Oops, one more time. And now, I think I need to come back here. Okay, so now when you do, when you read CSV Ganesh, do you remember what kind of an object we get? What kind of an object do we get when you do read CSV? Try to help out Ganesh folks.
Given the complete data, sir.
Complete data. And it's a data frame object, buddy. If I want to know, if I want to see what kind of an object it is, do you know which function we use, buddy? If we want to know what kind of an object or what is the data type of that object, what function do we use?
Type.
Good. So here is type. That's a data frame object. Okay. Now,
Yes,
do you remember what is head?
First 5 headings, sir.
Top 5 rows. First 5. Tail is?
Bottom data.
Good. Last 5 to be more precise. Okay. And let's see, come back here, demographic data. Then we looked at the columns. Then we, okay. Now here's a slightly tough one, Ganesh. By any chance, do you remember what is info giving you? What do we call this?
Which gives the total information in this column, sir.
Information about the
Overall
columns.
information.
Good answer. That is called metadata. Everybody?
Yes, sir.
And Suresh, what are you asking, buddy? Scroll down. For a minute, you're saying scroll down where? Here? Or here? Input 3. Input 3. This one?
Import pandas as PD. Okay.
1 minute, Ganesh. Input 4. What is, I mean, you want me to scroll down?
Can you share that in chat box, Naveen?
Which one, buddy?
Input
These
4.
things, huh?
Input 4, sir.
Oh, acha, my bad. Sorry about that. Okay. Oops, I think I need to share that with everyone. Thank you, Suresh. You did a stats, then you did a stats. Dot head. Okay. That's a data frame. And then we did the stats.info. That's where we are. Remember, the info is the metadata, guys. I will ask you to manually remember that. Keep that in the mind, please. It's giving you the information about the columns and things like that. But let's see, Ganesh, by any chance, do you remember what is describe? Here is how our original data frame looks like. And describe is giving you this kind of information. Okay. Anybody else, guys? Try to help Ganesh. It's numerical data columns. It's numerical columns to be more precise. And it is giving us the basic statistics, the minimum, maximum, the mean, the standard deviation. These are called the basic statistics, guys. Okay. Please make a quick note of them if you're so that you can keep that in mind. What does transpose to, Ganesh?
Oh, it will be change, reverse or change.
It is transposing, as the name suggests, it is transposing. Make the rows as columns, columns as rows. Okay. Okay. Then I think that's where we were. So scroll down, then we moved it a little bit. Okay. Back to head. So here is top 5 rows in all columns. It gives you all the columns, guys. Now here is stats.columns. Now what is LST here? Ganesh, what kind of an object is it? It is like a list object, and what does
Yes,
it have?
It has column, starting column.
Good. All the columns of the stats object, which is our data frame. Now take a look at this. Here is, if you take a look at the first column, it is country name. So what we'll do, we'll say stats
Country name.
name. Notice we are getting an error. In other words, what we are trying to do is we are trying to access country name. The same thing we can also do like this.
Country name.
Okay. What is this doing, Ganesh?
Here we giving input as stats country name, sir.
Hmm.
It will be giving all the country names display.
Good answer. So it is, in other words, giving us the first column is what it is. Okay. Now we can access the country name like that. But what we will do is, one more time, stat set gives us the top 5. Okay, so if you are also typing with me, see the stat set, then come here. Stats columns, copy this one, paste it here, let's run it. Paste it here for others. And come back here. Now, stats dot head again. And now, Ganesh, there is a subtle difference. The cell 17, we have done something. There is a subtle difference or something is going on there. Can you take a guess what is difference or what is happening here?
In 17 we printing only the headings, sir. What are it in the columns?
Okay, how about this one? How about the output of 16 and 18? There is a subtle difference.
We printed only head rows, head of the table, sir. 18.
Are you catching the difference? Okay, so originally we had in the header or the column name country space name.
Okay.
When we are performing this step, what we are doing is we are removing the space. We are renaming the columns with the country name without a space.
Okay, sir.
Catching
Just
it, Ganesh.
here only
So,
space.
in every column, we have removed the space. What is the advantage of that is, if you say stats dot C and do a tab, notice you're able to access it with a dot. Once in a while, for convenience and things like that, we would like to access our column names like that. Okay, Ganesh?
Okay, sir.
That is what it's a little bit of convenience, guys. And we can also, now the country name, something, I'm increasing the complexity and I'm going to ask you to manually remember, this is like a column. This is like a data frame with a single column. It is called as a series. Okay, series is like a data frame with a single column is what you can think of. And now come back here. Now take a look at this. Country name dot head. You can also say country name dot head. What do you think is this doing, Ganesh?
Here we are printing only country name, sir.
Country
The
name
head
and
of the, only country names here we are printing.
the first 5 rows.
Yes.
The first 5 country names. Okay.
Only head.
So we can also do it like this. There are 2 ways to access the country. That is something we want to keep in mind. Then let's scroll down. Now take a look at this one. This is a slightly tough one, Ganesh. Can you take a guess what is the problem here? Tough question, buddy. It says key error country name and birth rate. What are we trying to do here? I'll give you a hint. Scroll down here.
country name, bracket open, single column.
Okay, so what do you think is the difference, Ganesh?
Here we are adding one more bracket, sir.
So what are we trying to do here?
We print country name and birth rate list.
In other words, if you're trying to access only one column, you can give only a single column, single bracket. But if you're trying to access more than one column, then what we should do is we should give it in the form of a list. When you see two brackets, most of the times people will be using this kind of a syntax. So if you see two brackets there, that means we are trying to look at more than one column.
Yes.
Okay. And that's what that is, guys. Let's say, so now let's see. Oh, sorry, the same thing. List is country name. So now what is this one, Ganesh?
Here we printing country name and birth list, sir.
It's a list object as simple as that. Okay. So what is this one?
The list of the head. In the head, we have country name and birth rate.
So in other words, this is same thing as this one.
Yes, sir.
Instead
First
of
file.
giving it like this, we just gave it the list object. Catching it, Ganesh?
Yes, sir.
Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay. So send it to everyone, just in case you're looking there. Oops. Back here. That is list. Now, let's see a subtle difference here going on, Ganesh. What is the difference here?
We changed that birth rate and country name of side by side, sir.
As simple as that. We're changing the order. If you want, you can access country name and birth rate. If you want, you can change it in a
Birth rate first and country name.
yes. Okay.
Yes.
And back here. Okay. Now increasing the complexity. Let's see. Okay. Tough one. Can you take a guess what is going on, Ganesh?
We printing middle of the country names 2 up to 8, sir. 4th row to 8th row.
Very good. Is it 4th row to 8th row? This is a mantra here.
Here we started at 4th stage to 8th, sir. Index.
Hard. So again, the mantra is inclusive versus exclusive.
Okay,
4
sir.
to 8 for Python is 5 to 9 for us.
4th to 7th.
So 5th row till 8th row.
Yes.
This is 5 till this is 8. And what are we doing? We are getting a few rows and a few columns. There are totally 5 columns. We're not getting all the columns. This is called slicing and dicing. Okay, Ganesh?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, okay. So, okay. What is this one doing, Ganesh? What is this one doing, Ganesh?
Same, sir.
Same, simple as that. If you want, you can give the column names on the right-hand side or the left-hand side. You're extracting. This is called slicing and dicing. These things are very, very simple, guys. Okay?
I'm checking whether it is a space.
Okay. Okay. Tell me what is happening here.
Here we printed top inclusive 4th to exclusive 7th.
And
Including all data with
All
Country
the-
name, country code, birth rate.
All the columns.
Yes.
Okay, only specific
above-
rows and all the columns. If you do not give what columns you want, they're getting all the columns.
Yes.
That's a data frame object. And let's say back here. Okay, now. Sorry about that. Okay, now tell me what is happening here, Ganesh. Tough one word.
Here we give only 2 of the columns. Country name along with birth rate.
As simple as that. So if you take a look at this is exactly the same what we did in one shot here.
Yes.
I have given both the column names and the rows indexes here. And we're getting that one. The same thing, I did it in 2 steps. First, I'm separating rows. Then from that one, from DF1, I'm separating the country name and the birth rate. Okay, guys,
We will not
others,
give 4 to 8, no, sir.
pardon me?
Here we will not give to up to 4th to 8th, no, sir.
That is what DF1 is. DF1 is, we're already separating all the rows, 4 to 8. So this data frame, which is a subset of that, has only 4 to 8. In DF1, we are just extracting country name and birth rate. Okay, buddy?
Okay, sir.
Okay, everybody else doing okay there? Can you give me a quick yes? Okay, let's move a little. And now take a look at this. Let's see if this works. Okay, can you take a guess what is happening, Ganesh? This is a tough question, buddy.
Here we print bottom top 8th to 4. It will be print from 7 to 3.
But it is
Start
not
from 8,
printing
sir.
anything.
Sir?
It is not printing anything. It's giving us empty data frame. Okay, that's a tough one. What happens is it is actually incrementing. The left-hand side to right-hand side is only incrementing. It is not decrementing here. So if you give 4 to 8, 4 plus 1, 5, 5 plus 1, 6, it is going in that order. But if you give 8 to 4, it is not incrementing.
Possible.
It is not adding a, here it is in a descending order. It is not working. Let me put it like that. It only is going in an incremental order. Okay, guys, that is something to be aware of. So we'll see how to fix that. So now take a look at this one. Okay, tough one, Ganesh. Sorry about that, buddy. You're getting all the tough ones today, but just give a friendly try. Can you try to explain this part of it?
We are printing from 8th to 4. In between 8th, decreasing by 1, sir. Decrementing order.
Good answer. So in other words, think of it like this, guys. 8, it starts, it prints. And what it is doing is 8 minus 1, it takes 7. And 7 minus 6, it prints 4. And 6 is greater than 4. So 6 minus 1 prints 5. Also it prints 5 minus 1 is 4. That's where it is stopping. So right hand side is exclusive. Left hand side is inclusive. Catching it, Ganesh?
Yes, sir.
This is something which I will ask you to manually remember, the inclusive and the exclusive mantra. And when you're coming in a descending order, it is expecting a second column. The second column is where? So in other words, the same thing, notice this. You can also give a 2.
Increment by
Doesn't
2.
give. So it prints 8, and then 8 minus 2 is 6.
2
So
is
it's
6.
printing 6, and then it is stopping. The fourth one is exclusive. Okay, Ganesh?
Yes, sir.
Subramanyeshwar, did you understand it? So 8, it takes, then it prints 8, and then minus 1. Similarly, minus 2
Seven.
goes like that. So now take a look at this. 4 to 8 colon 2 means from 4 till 8, every second one is what it is going to give us. This is going in an ascending order. Or in other words, we'll start with 4 to 8.
4 plus 2.
So now
Yes,
we're
sir.
getting everything. So this is same as 4 to 8. If we put 2, every second one it is printing. 4 plus 2 is 6. 6 plus 2, 8. It's stopping there. Catching it, Ganesh.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Say, come here. That is the story of the data frames. Okay. So let's say we'll make a little progress here, Ganesh. Let's see. I shall do this. Give me one moment here. One moment, yes. Sorry about that. Back to demographic state. This. Okay, back to resume and back to the house. Scroll up here. I think that's where we go to agent. Okay. So Ganesh, are you accessing the cloud?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'll stop my sharing of my screen. You share your screen, Ganesh. We'll try to execute a few commands from yours. Have you shared your screen? Let me know when you share your screen, Ganesh. Okay. Good. Go to the chat window. And looks like you've been typing something. So stats is not defined. Have you uploaded the file, Ganesh?
Which one, sir?
The demographics data, have you uploaded the file?
Yes, sir.
It is there in your Jupyter Hub, right? It's there in the Jupyter Hub?
No, sir.
Yes or nobody? Yes or no, Ganesh?
No, sir.
Oh, it's not there. Oh, okay. Then you will not be able to create stats, but do you think you'll be able to create stats? Just like how Stravia or maybe Lavanya has done it, how they have uploaded, do you think you'll be able to handle it?
Okay, sir.
Or you want to do it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go click on the Jupyter. You see the Jupyter on the left-hand side on the top. Just click on that. Oops. No, no. On the left-hand side on the top, you see Untitled 6 on the left-hand side. Yeah. No, see, yeah, in the view toolbar. Below that is Jupyter, right? You see the Jupyter icon.
Ganesh, file back, file above, down.
Yeah, the
Down.
file edit view.
Yeah, that is.
Click on that. So it is taking you back to the Jupyter Hub. Slow. Okay. So have you got that file in the mail from Stravia or anybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you already downloaded the file, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now click on upload. Go back to the home, previous tab. Okay, that's okay. That's leave that.
I think this is the.
No. Click on upload on the right hand side. Now you have you downloaded the demographics data.csv? The one that Stravia has downloaded, I think, earlier. Have you downloaded them?
1 minute, sir, I will be downloaded.
Or maybe Stravia or maybe Niharika, Lavanya, if you can just mail.
Yeah, it's 1 minute.
Oh, you already have it. Okay.
Sir, I mailed to everyone.
Excellent. Good name.
Democratic file, sir.
Demographic data, yeah. Let's. Are you there, Ganesh?
Yes, sir.
So, did you get that mail from Niharika?
Yes, sir.
Have you downloaded the file? Ganesh, yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Chubichu, where did you download it?
Is that my screen is visible, sir?
Only Acha. Okay, only the
Yes.
Jupyter window is visible. So where is that one? Is it in your downloads folder?
Ganesh, go to downloads and check there.
Not downloaded yet.
I thought you have to download again. Not downloaded it.
To do it a little bit quick, Ganesh. As all of you, please try to follow the same process. Be ready. I think you shared only one screen here. That's why we are able to see only one screen. Have you downloaded it?
Yes, sir. I will download it, sir.
Check in the documents. Click on documents. There.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Pratyush. Click on open, upload. And now go to the Untitled 6. This is the data file. Go back to the home. Click on Untitled 6. That is latest one, I think. Click on that one, on the top of that one, not on side. Yeah. Okay, now execute the first cell. Execute the first cell. Scroll up. Yeah, execute the first cell. Shift enter.
Sir, only, sir.
First one. First one. Oh, yeah, you didn't import the pandas. Keep looking at your chat window. Are you looking at the chat window? No. That should be a separate line. Put it on top of it. No. Import pandas as speeder should be the first line. Second line, it should be stats. Do you know how to delete the cells? Stats. Before that one, you should put import pandas as speeder. సో ఆ సెల్లోనే దానిపైన ఇంపోర్ట్ పాండాస్ ఎస్పీడీ అని టైప్ చేయి. Sure. Now run it. Now type in stats. Okay. That is your data frame. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So after some time, you practice all the things that I just showed you.
Yes, sir.
But now, I'll send you step by step what we'll do.
Okay, sir.
Let's say this one. Okay. I'm sending you something. Okay. Run it, please. Suresh, you're sending the message to me. Just say send to everyone. Whenever you're sending it, the chat is changing me only to you. So you say it's getting confused. It's okay, buddy. So start with this one, tray. And this is Ganesh.
Tray, sir.
Yeah, put a tray and bumpichan with them. You start with that one.
Okay, sir.
And try to do a little bit quick, buddy.
Okay, sir.
So what is tray object here?
1, 2. List, sir.
Tray object as a list. What does it have inside it? Okay. It has one, it has coffee, it has a tray. One
Yes,
is
sir.
teacup, numeric data, coffee is a textual data. And another tray, 1, 2 is a list object. So this is a nested list object. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now run this. So what is the difference between this one and the previous one?
Same, sir.
Okay. Guys, help him out. Are you looking at the
Is
chat?
list and second is pupil, sir.
How do you know it is a tuple?
Here, brackets, sir.
Good. What is a tuple, Ganesh?
Pupil have small brackets.
Tuple. What is the difference between tuple and a list?
Here, tuple we have used small brackets, sir.
So tuple is immutable.
Immutable,
What does
sir.
immutable mean? What does immutable mean?
Does not change, sir.
Good. So these are the things in real world, Ganesh, when you
Yes.
sit with the clients, fast ka chepal.
Okay, sir.
It should not take so much time.
Okay, sir.
అవసరం అయితే నువ్వు ఇంటికి వెళ్ళి ఒక 1 or 2 times or maybe 2 or 3 times I want you to practice every line that I'm showing you.
Okay, sir.
ఒకసారి నీకు నువ్వే చెప్పు. You have to tell yourself each line 2 times, 3 times like that. You have to be ready.
Okay,
buddy?
sir. Okay,
Yeah, that's
sir.
done. Okay, now run the next one.
Yes, sir.
So what is the difference here?
Here we print pupils, sir.
So what is the difference between this one and the previous one?
Same 8 and 9, same, sir.
Good answer. So in other words, ikkada we have hard coded 1 coffee and 1 2.
Yes.
In this cell number 9, we have created a tray object, and then we are converting. We are converting a list object to a tray tuple object. Catching it, Ganesh?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's see. Come back here. Try this one. Try this one. What does it tell you?
Here the length of the pupil.
Ante? What does length mean?
What was the data we given that length, sir?
Length ante the total number of objects in that tray. The total number of cups in that tray.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Try this.
Here we count the number of objects here.
Good answer. So come back here. Let's run this. After you run that, run. Have you run the previous one that I sent you? Okay, what is the problem there?
Expected UOF file. Brackets, sir.
Good. Fix it. But here, turn your video on, buddy. It'll engage us. Is your video on? Acha, your video is on. Sorry about that. Chat window was covering. Okay, try the next one. What does it tell you?
In the above data, how many times that case will be?
So in the above tuple, how many Nescafes are there? There are 2 of them. Instead of saying in the above data, say in the above tuple.
Okay, sir.
Now let's see. We'll try this one. Try this one. Oops. We tried it in the same cell. Okay, you try it in a different cell. So why are you getting a 0? So నువ్వేం ఆలోచిస్తున్నావు కూడా అది మాకు చెప్తూ ఉండొచ్చు. You should try to think loud. That is called thinking.
The above we give capital N, sir. Here we give small n.
Good. So what does that mean?
Instead of this, we give capital N here to be printed as 2, sir.
That means it is case sensitive.
Okay, sir.
It is sensitive to the case. Try the next one. Explain. Try to think loud. For loop
here we what was the given in the tray, it will be printing in vertically.
Okay. So tray has 3 objects. What
Yes.
is for loop doing? It is taking each object and it is printing it, right?
Yes, sir.
That's how you say it. Next one.
Invalid syntax.
Okay, fix it. Get the help from your friends. What is the problem now? Anybody spotting the problem? You have a pipe symbol here. Remove the pipe symbol at the end. In the third line low, maybe you accidentally put in that pipe symbol. Yeah. Okay, then let's move. Okay, try this one. Run the next one. Always run it in next cell, buddy, unless I say it. Okay, Ganesh?
Okay, sir.
So that we are clear. Run the next one.
Oral 3, sir. This one only.
In the next cell, run and equals to 1. What are we doing when we say A equals to 1 and B equals to?
Assigning the values to the numbers.
We're creating an object. Okay, we're creating a cup. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, why when we say and equals to 1, we are getting an error?
Here we give only 2 names, A and B.
Because and is a keyword.
Yes.
Keyword means it is used by Python internally, so that's why and is not working. Similarly, we say or equals to 2. Say or equals to 2. You're clicking on the pipe. That is invalid syntax. If you notice A, B, and or visually, what is the subtle difference?
And or are the keywords, sir.
If you notice that visually, notice and or are in dark green and slightly bold. A
Okay.
and B are in black color. They are not bold. So Jupyter is giving you an indication about these words. Okay?
Yes, sir.
They're called reserved keywords, as simple as that. Okay. Now we'll try to increase the complexity. Next one, try this.
Here we have a tracer train.
Hmm.
Here we're printing what are the cups here in the tray.
Okay, explain me step by step.
Here we given one tracer along with cups. In the cups we named as Nescafe Brew Sunrise. In the first here we take 2 trays. First tray we have 3 cups and second tray is empty.
Hmm.
Here we're printing as tray 2 as tray 1.
Tray 2 as tray 1. Okay. What is happening with the print?
Print cup here cup 3.
Are we printing the cup or are we not printing the cup?
Printing, sir.
Okay, so what is that hash in front of the print?
Comment.
Hash means commented.
Comment.
It's a comment. So comment means we are not executing it. It's just
Yes.
it's just lying there as a description, not treated as a code. Then tray 2 dot append of cup means what does that do?
It will be empty.
Tray 2 is initially empty. Then what are
So,
we doing?
we assuming tray 2 as tray 1.
We are adding each cup from tray 1 to tray 2.
Yes, sir.
So by the time the for loop is done in tray 2, there are 3 cups, Nescafe, Brew, and Sunrise.
Yes, sir.
So what is there? Just type in tray in the next line. Okay. So the tray 1, from tray 1 we added to tray 2, but tray 1 still has Nescafe, Brew, and Sunrise.
Yes, sir.
Both of them have them.
Yes.
If we added everything from tray 1 to tray 2, how come tray 1 still has 3 coffee cups?
Up to we given the initial value of tray 2.
Up to. Okay. So more precisely, when we are adding, what Python is doing is, it is copying each cup from tray 1 and pasting it in tray 2. Are you able to understand that, Ganesh?
Yes, sir.
It is not doing a cut paste. If it is doing a copy paste, if it does a cut paste, then tray 1 will be empty. But it is doing a copy paste. Okay, let's see. Now let's try this one. Try the next one. Explain me. What is this?
Same cup for cup in tray. In tray, what we have in cups, that will be printing, sir.
What is this called?
Compensation. Comprehension.
It is called list comprehension. So what is this one line of code?
List comprehension.
It is equal to the 5 or 6 lines of code that we have written in the previous cell. Okay, Ganesh?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me how this line of code works? Okay, it starts from the for in the middle.
Left to right.
Okay, so it starts in the middle. From right hand side, it is coming to the left hand side.
Okay, sir.
Me share my screen for a moment here. Control from screen. Thank you. I will share my screen. I will explain to you quickly, and then I will give you back the control. See if you can understand this one. This one. Okay. So are you able to see my screen, Ganesh?
Yes, sir.
Generally, what happens is we are going from left hand side to right hand side like that. Whereas here, first, starting in the middle, it goes from here to here. It starts here. Then what is happening is it is picking up the cup, each cup from the tray. Then it is taking the cup from here. What is it doing? It is moving to the left hand side and adding it to a tray on the left hand side. Oops. So it is jumping from somewhere from right hand side to left hand side. Abdamutanda Ganesh,
Yes, sir.
are you able to understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now share your screen. Oh, I think I need to stop my stream. Okay, share your screen again. Back to chat. Okay, sending you. Run the next one. Okay, can you try to explain step by step?
Yes, sir. In the list, we have given 1, 2, 3 only, sir. Here we are printing greater than 5.
Okay, step by step explain cheyi, Ganesh.
The first list we given 3 cups, sir. 1, 2, 3. In the first cup, we have adding each +1.
So you should say in first line, first step, you
Yes.
have a tray, a list object with 3 cups, 3 objects.
1, 2, 3.
Then we are creating an empty tray called result. That is step 2 or line 2. Okay. So no.
Yes, sir.
Then you should say we are picking each cup. We're checking if cup is greater than or equal to 5. We're adding it to the
Plus
result,
one.
which is the empty tray. We're adding that cup. If that cup is greater than or equal to 5, we're adding a +1 to that cup and adding to the empty tray. Otherwise, we are adding that cup to the empty tray with a +2. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now how many lines of code is there?
2 lines. 2 no, sir. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6.
Okay. Run the next one. Running the next one. Are you running the next one? Oops. Ganesh, have you run the next one?
Same, sir.
Where is, I mean, I'm not able to see your screen. You're on a different,
1 minute. Sir.
okay. So what is happening here?
Here only single line code, sir.
So explain me which is the first step which is running here.
You're checking whether in first step it is checking whether it has greater than 5 or not. If in case it will be greater than 5, it will be adding +1. Immediately, if we do not have greater than 5, next enter into second line, it will be adding +2 for each one.
Okay, I will one more time share my screen. And let's see. Oh, where is it? Okay, I didn't snap it. Back to stop share. Share your screen one more time, please. Keep that there. I will snap this one. This here. And I'm going to share my screen again. So I want you to keep this one in mind, Ganesh. First
sir.
step it is going to run is the for loop. What is happening is in the list comprehension, somewhere we are starting the right hand side, and then we'll be going to the left hand side, the code of execution. So first, one more time, it is going to come here. It is going to pick up each cup. From where? From this list, which has 3 cups.
Yes.
Then what it is doing is from here, it is jumping to the if loop or the if block, this condition. So
Yes,
from
sir.
here, it is jumping to the here. It will first check if. So the
Yes.
first cup is 1. 1 is greater than or equal to 5 is a false. So from here, this condition is not getting evaluated. So it is jumping here. What is happening? 1 is one is greater than or equal to is a false. So 1 plus 2. So 1 plus 2 becomes 3. That 3 is getting added to this list object. So the first step is it's this one will give it a blue. Then the second step from here will give this one. From the if, because that condition is not getting satisfied, we'll give this one. And from here, we'll give it this one. That is the last step. Are you understanding, Ganesh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's how you need to. So you need to always explain 4 steps like that. First step, this is getting executed.
From right to left.
It jumps here. First, if will get executed. If the condition is satisfied, let us say, if this condition is satisfied, then what will happen is from here, it will execute this one, x plus 1, and then from here, it will go here. Everybody with me, guys? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Everybody following that? Okay. So I'll stop share. Share your screen again. And back to the chat window. So run this.
Do something is not defined, sir.
So what do you think do something means?
Any operation.
Good one there. Okay, I'm just trying to explain you. This is how it is working, right?
Yes, sir.
Now let's see. This one. Back to chat window. Run it. So what is this telling you?
Same name do something is not defined, sir.
So what are we trying to understand here?
You want to define this, do something.
How the list comprehension is working is what I'm trying to explain. We are not trying to execute the code here.
Yes.
Okay. So
Yes, sir.
now let's say come back here. Okay. Let's see, run this one. Okay. Now a slightly tough one or a very tough one. Instead of me giving the solution, you try to convert this into a list comprehension. Ganesh, this is a very tough one, but give a try. Convert this into a list comprehension. Be able to do that. Let me get ready with this one. Okay, that is not fair. So let me share the screen. It's a slightly tough one for you. So let's see how we can do that, guys. So take a look at this. What we'll do is, first step, I will take this one. I'm going to copy this one.
Numbers in numbers.
We'll put it here. We'll wrap this, go to the end, put this one here. Step one. Now here, what we're doing is, for number in numbers, number plus equal to 1. You take a number, you add a 1 to it, new numbers dot append. So what we'll do, then what we'll do is, we'll copy this one, take each number, is this here. So first right hand side will get executed and new numbers is an empty. So one more time, I need to actually run these two. Here, numbers is a tray of 10 cups, new numbers is an empty tray, and then we are taking. Now what is number plus equal to 1? We are incrementing it. If we are incrementing it, new numbers, okay, as simple as that. So now the only step which is missing is number plus equal to 1. For number in numbers, let me try, see what this gives. It's giving a num. Append number. What is wrong here? Okay. How about this one? Let's do it one step at a time. Let us say, if we run this one, we're getting 0 to 9. Okay. Let's say number plus 1, we're getting the same output. As simple as that. It is not the void. So what did I do? I took this one and I put that there. In other words, step 1 is this one. Step 2, I copied this part. That is the step 1. And then come here. If I just say number, it is just taking the number 0. Number is starting, but what we are doing is we are adding a number plus 1. That's the next one. That's giving the exact same output. Ganesh, are you able to understand that?
Yes, sir.
That's a slightly tough one, but I will stop share. Go ahead and share yours, please. Okay. Now, let's say run another one. Back to chat window. Okay, run it. Explain.
I think
Sorry, have you explained it, Ganesh?
here we given that the what are the numbers given in the tray, we will divide by the 3 and print that numbers.
Okay, good one. Let's say, try this one. What is difference? Are you there, Ganesh?
Sir,
Yeah, explain, buddy.
will be round figure.
Okay, we are rounding it. So 0.3 has become 0, 0.6 has become 1. Why did 0.3 become 0 and why did 0.6 become 1? What is round doing? Okay, anything less than 0.5 will become 0, greater than 0.5 will become 1. Okay, Ganesh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now a little bit of quiz again. Back to Hamara Bharat Mahan and Jai Hind. Run that, please. Okay, now write the code which will give me the last 9 characters. Help him out, guys. Sorry. Ganesh,
Sir.
getting the last 9 characters, buddy? No idea?
No, sir.
Okay, I want you to practice everything we have been doing so far today evening, Ganesh. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Look, take some hints. Take some help there. Try to take some help. Chat is your friend. Execute one after one, buddy. Then you'll know it. Last 9 characters. Sweet. Okay. Good one there. So what is 22 and 31? What is the mantra? inclusive and exclusive. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Now let's say if I ask you to reverse my Hamara Bharat Mahan Jai Hind, reverse the string. How would you do that?
From
Okay, others. If you have to write reverse of that string, how would you do that? Others, please help him out, guys. Okay. So what do you think the double colon is doing, Ganesh?
it will be from exclusive to inclusive, it will be reversing.
Double colon means multiple of one. And minus means it is starting from the reverse. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Each cell I want you to practice 2 to 3 times. I want you to be very comfortable. Everybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay, one more time. Now let's see. Another one here I'm sending you. Back to chat. Run this one. And now get every 7th character after you run that. Help him, guys. Get every 7th character. Your hint is the previous answer is your hint, Ganesh. Can anybody help him? Are you understanding, Ganesh?
Yes, sir.
So every 7th character. So I is the first one. From there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then again it will start 1. So every time it is picking up the character which it is coming across at 1.
Yes, sir.
It's at the first position, then 7, comma is at the 8th position, that will become the first one. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And get everything except the first 10 characters using positive index. Get everything except the first 10 characters. Leave the first 10, get the remaining. I repeat, leave the first 10 characters, get the remaining. Are you looking at the chat window? So let's see, 11th character, I said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, 11 means it's 12, so I think you should put 10 there. What did I say? First 10 ante, you should put, you should put 10. 10 is the 11th one. On one page. Left-hand side index is inclusive. So 10 is 11.
Yes, sir.
And if you do not give anything on the right-hand side, that means it is going till the end. Are you understanding?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do the same thing using the negative indexing, not the positive indexing. 10 is positive.
Okay.
How do you get the same output using the negative indexing? Is it the same output? Finish. So, so now tell me, what is this doing? Did you modify? I think you modified what I had, okay? Right? You should have left it. Okay, there you go. Try those combinations. Okay, Ganesh.
On page 10K.
Okay, are you understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what do you want, Ganesh? What do you want now? You want a break, don't you? Want a break?
Yes, sir.
Good buddy. Okay, sorry about that. But I want you to practice well, Ganesh. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So let's take a short 5, maybe 10-minute break here, guys. And we'll regroup. You can stop sharing your screen. Thank you, Ganesh. Sorry, are you guys back, guys? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Okay, sorry about the delay. So let's continue the journey, guys, and let's see where we are. Okay, so now what we'll do is pause this one for a moment. Back here. Back to tuples and sets. So let's see. List tuples and sets. Okay, let's list and tuple. So let's resume it. Okay, back to tuples and sets, and start with the list. Now I will continue here for a few minutes. Back to the list. So there is our list. Pardon me. And take a look at this. List of 0 is Nescafe. So we have a tray of 3 teacups. We are converting the first cup, teacup into coffee cup. So that becomes, if you look at it, we have changed one to Nescafe. Everybody okay with this? Quick yes, please. Remember, list allows modification, lists are mutable. Come to tuple. First we'll create a tuple and try to modify the tuple. It gives an error. Quick yes, please. Okay. Ganesh, are you there, buddy? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Did you understand that? Okay. Okay, let me make a little bit progress here, and then I'll come back to some of you. Okay, so tell me, what are we doing here? What is this step doing?
Converting tuple into list.
Very good. Name?
Lavanya.
Very good, Lavanya. Okay, so take a look at this. So there it is. Now we converted a tuple to a list, and then we are adding Nescafe. If you want to modify a tuple, what we can do is we can modify it to a list, then we can convert it to, then we can make our changes in that. Okay, Lavanya. Now let's see what is tray. So tray is not defined. Okay, so what does that mean? I think yesterday I created a tray. Today it is gone. So let's go ahead and create a tray. Start with Nescafe, comma, brew, comma, sunrise. So there's our tray. And now, if you recall, extend a list dot extend of tray. Before this, a list is Nescafe 2 and 3. We'll say a list dot extend, and then look at a list. Notice the 3 cups are individually added. Quick yes, please. Everybody able to understand that? Okay. Now, if you recall, length is telling you how many cups are in the tray. Pretty straightforward. Then that's a tuple. Then back to another tuple. This time we have 1 coffee and a numeric object. One more try to put a Nescafe, it will give you an error. Why? If you look at it, it's a tuple. Quick yes, please. Okay. One more tuple. Now take a look at this, guys. This is how a tuple looks like. 1, 4, 5. Tray with 3 cups. Now here, increasing the complexity, take a look at this. Okay, so notice what is happening. What is happening is we gave it a name called tuple 0. This can be anything. Let's say instead of tuple 0, we'll call this tray 2. Copy this one, we'll call this tuple 0. Okay, as simple as that. We can just leave this here. We'll just give it a different name. Say tray 2. Tray 2. And what we are doing here is we're putting multiple objects. In other words, we are creating, what this is doing is, this is one cup, this is another cup, this is another cup. 3 cups are being put into a tray. And what is special about it is, what Python is doing is, by default, multiple objects are being assigned to one object. Multiple values are being assigned to one object. So Python is taking the 3 cups and by default putting it into a tuple object. In other words, when you try to put multiple values into one object, Python behind the scenes is creating a tuple is what it means. Are you all catching it, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay, so now tuple 1, one more time, is 1, 2 coffee, no problem. Here we have explicitly given the brackets. We have explicitly given brackets here, so we can say it's a tuple. As simple as that. So what are we doing? One more time, we are converting. Remember, we can convert a list to a tuple. We can also convert a tuple to a list. List here is acting like a function or like an object is what it is. That's a list object, guys, okay? So now, empty tuple, let's print it. That's an empty tuple. Tuple 3, nothing in the tray. If any of you are finding a step little difficult or anything like that, just let me know, guys. Niharika, are you okay? You raised your hand. Come on to the air.
Sir, after converting into list, can we add any data, sir?
Yes, you should be. So in other words, let's say you take this list, dot append, say we'll add 4 and take a look at list 4. Okay, Niharika?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go to Nescafe again. Coffee cup. Nescafe is a coffee. Here's a tuple. Now take a look at this, guys. We're calling this as tuple 4. What is this? Even though we have given a name called tuple 4, you can give any name. It is nothing but a textual data. It's a string object. Okay, now take a look at this. We're calling this as tuple 4 one more time. We're going to put coffee in it, but notice a comma at that. And if you try to now print it, notice what Python is doing is, if you say an object comma, it is creating a tray, a tuple, by default, putting the first object inside it. So if you don't put a coffee, put a comma, it is creating a string object. If you put a comma, even though it is only a single object, it is putting that object into a tray. Now, this is something I will ask you to manually remember. This is how Python is working. If you put a comma, the Python is automatically creating a tuple and putting that single object inside that particular tuple. Everybody with me, quick yes, please. Okay, so if you ask it, hey, what is your type? It'll say, it should say tuple. Okay, back to tuple 5. Now notice this one. What we are doing is here, A and B are inside a list object. We're converting it to a tuple. We're going to call that as T5. That's a tuple, AB. We converted a list object to a tuple. Earlier we converted a tuple to a list. Now we are converting a list to a tuple. Is as simple as that. Now take a look at this. Nescafe is a string object or a textual data. We are calling it as tuple 6. If you say print tuple 6, this will be a string object. If you say, what is your type? It will say string. But the same thing you put with a comma. Say print it. Notice this will be a tuple. Again, one more time. If Python sees a comma, by default, it is creating a tuple. So if you say, what is your type? Tuple 6. Come here. There it is. It's a tuple. Everybody with me? Quick yes, please. Cool. Then back to tuple 6, Nescafe. So now notice this, guys, something strange. We have explicitly given Nescafe and we are putting the brackets. We're trying to tell Python it's a tuple, it's a tray of a single text object, but notice it prints Nescafe. What is slightly surprising is when you put a comma, it is creating a tuple, but when it is a single object and you try to create a tuple object, it is actually creating a string object, not a tuple object. So if you say type of tuple 6 now, sorry, type. It is saying a string, it is not saying a tuple. This is how Python compiler is working, or this is how Python is working. This is something special about tuple. I don't ask you to by heart it, but you have to be familiar with it. Quick yes, please. Okay. Then one more time, the same thing, put a tuple, put Nescafe and put a comma. Let's see what that looks like. Oops. Looks like now it created a tuple. So if you put a comma, we already know. So this is probably not necessary, but it is something to be aware of. The comma is making Python work like a tuple. Now let's see what we have. Yeah. If you have any questions, let me know, guys. Feel free to stop me. So here's a tray. We have a gift, Nescafe, brew, sunrise, and a gift file. Let's see what is happening here. We have 2 gifts. In the middle, we have 3 coffee cups. Now take a look at this. A star underscore B equals to tray. If you take a look at A, it is gift 1. If you take a look at B, it is gift 5. And if you say underscore, the remaining has become this one. So let's try to understand this one. This is called unpacking. Start with this one. So here's a tray. Start with gift 1, Nescafe. Let's say start with this, Nescafe. Okay, let's give brew. Oops. Here's brew. Here's sunrise. Let's say another gift. Now what is happening here is, let us say A, will, for the sake of simplicity, we'll say, start with this one. Here's A. When you say comma star underscore, what you mean is really, for the sake of simplicity, we'll say, choose this one. This is star underscore. And then we'll say, here is B. B is another cup. Oops. Here, choose this one. We created 3. And now, when you say this is equal to tray, what is happening is visualize the gift, whatever is in this is becoming this one. And star underscore, so this is becoming the first item, B is becoming the last item. That is this one. That's becoming the last item. Whatever is in the middle is becoming the star. Star underscore means the rest of the things which are in the middle. This is like saying this is the head, this is the tail. A is the head, B is the tail, the remaining. In other words, take a look at this. Come here. Let's go. So we'll say, copy this one. Paste this one here. We'll say, here is head. Here is tail. Instead of star underscore, let us say remain. We'll say, for the sake of simplicity, we'll run this one. Now, if you say head, it is becoming the first one. Say tail, it is becoming the last one, gift 5. And remaining, whatever is in the middle, the star is the main thing which is doing the magic here. Remaining is Nescafe, brew, and sunrise. Okay, so in other words, if I do a little bit of cleaning, put them back there, put it back there. Okay, so what is happening is, this is a scenario. What we do is think of this as a gift box. In this gift box, first gift is given to this person, second, last gift is given to this person. All the remaining gifts are just left as it is, or maybe they are slightly less important. What are we doing? This is a gift box. We're removing the gifts. What is this? This is called unpacking. A single operation is returning multiple objects here. This is called unpacking. Everybody with me, guys. The mantra is, when you open a gift box, a group of gifts can be given in different ways. This is one way. Here, we're interested in the first and the last gift. Generally, what will happen is, if you only want the first and the last one and the remaining are unnecessary, then we use this kind of a pattern. This is like a slightly patternized code is what it is. Everybody catching the point, guys? Pictures, please. Okay, let's take a look at few more examples. And let's see if we can simulate. So back to the tray. So now we have GIF 1, Nescafe till Starbucks and GIF 5. There's a tray. Start with this. Oops. Copy this one. Come back here. There is a tray. A star underscore B, which is again the same thing. So notice, A will be gift 1, B will be gift 5, last one. We're interested in these two. We are really not interested in the remaining, so which we have given underscore, everything will go in the underscore. As I said, this is a scenario where we're not interested in the middle, so we're kind of leaving it. Now, one more time, we'll try the same thing, but instead of a star, let us say I give an ampersand, notice, it'll give you an error. What is it? It is a star. Star is acting like a wildcard. Python is only recognizing the star. It is not recognizing any other thing, is what it is. Okay. So in other words, if I say it, instead of star, I'll say ampersand, or come back here. For this one, one more time, you say ampersand. It will not work. Star is the only one which is being taken. For instead of underscore, now one more time, put this one, put back the star. Okay, and instead of underscore, you can use anything. For this one, let's say I will use, let's say, it is Niharika. Scroll down. So star is mandatory, or star is compulsory. But instead of underscore, if you now say Niharika, you have Nescafe till Starbucks coming into Niharika. Everybody is catching it? Niharika? Star means whatever is in the middle. Immediately what Python is doing is, it is taking the first one, putting it into A. Taking the last one, which is putting it into B. Whatever is remaining, it is putting it into Niharika. Are you related to the actor Kota Srinivas Rao, Niharika? Are you related to him? Kota Srinivas Rao, you don't know?
I'm saying that not sure.
Oh, sure. You're not sure if you're related. Okay, you have the same last name. So just curious there. Ah, okay. He's a celebrity generally. Okay, kind of like a small celebrity, isn't he? Okay, good one there. Okay, so let's see what else we have. Star underscore. Back to remaining, we've looked at this. You can say Ashutosh, it is the same thing. Now take a look at this. The same thing. Gabbar Singh's daughter, father. You see, oh, he's in Gabbar Singh. It's been a while. I don't remember if he was in that one. Okay, but good to know. It's a little bit of fun there. Okay, let's see. A star. Now instead of star, instead of underscore, I'm using dollar. Let's see if this one works, guys. Okay, it is also complaining dollar. Okay, so I think it is not expecting any special characters. After star, it was accepting Niharika. But if you give a special character, it is not accepting. That is something to be kept in mind. Catching the point, guys. Quick yes, please. Okay, back to the tray. Now star CDE. So take a look at this, another pattern. This time more precisely, we're interested in the last one and the last but one. The remaining is, the first few of them we are not interested. So if you take a look at C, these are becoming C. What is the last one? Last one is E. E is the gift file. Let's see what is D. Give the last second one. So this is being put into E. This Starbucks is going into D. The rest of the things are coming into C. Instead of C, you can give anything. Catching it, guys. Quick yes, please. Who was that guy? Ganesh, are you back, buddy? Is he back? Where is Ganesh?
Sir, I somewhat network slow, sir.
What is it, buddy?
I'm operating in a phone. I'm operating in a phone, sir.
Oh, acha. Okay. I want you to go home and practice, Ganesh.
Sure,
Everybody?
sir.
Yeah.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Practice them 2-3 times. I want you to become good.
Okay.
Good. So take a look at this. A, B, B, C, C, D, D. So let's see now. Take a look at this, guys. Print A, B, C, D. A is gift 1, B is gift. They arrange themselves in alphabetical order. Did they? Did they arrange themselves in alphabetical? Gift 1. Pardon me. Okay. Okay, if they're doing it, that's okay, Suresh. But let's see what we have here. So what we are doing is, if you recall, print is a concatenate. We use print for concatenation. So where is C? C is here, comma, and it looks like it's printing a list object here. D is Starbucks and E is gift file. We're just doing a plain print, and here comma is acting like a concatenation operator. Everybody with me, quick yes, please. Now, let's come down, take a look at this. This is called F string. Let's see what's happening. Notice it is the same thing. What is F string doing? This is referred as a placeholder, something I will ask you to manually remember. In the placeholder, it is putting whatever is in object A, placeholder B, placeholder C. So F strings come to a rescue when we have too many objects and there's a lot of formatting and things like that, which I'll show you in the coming up days. But I think I was probably explaining something else and I got this question. So I just plugged it in here. That is just an FYI, I guess. Okay, I won't worry much about it. Let's move on to the next one. ABC. Back to the tray. This time I'm interested in the first one, in the second one, and the last one. In the middle, no matter whether there is 1, 10, 100, or 1,000, I'm not interested. So what am I doing? That is a pattern. So let's say, if you run that, take a look at A, give 1, B, Nescafe, C, give 5. And what else did we put? Star underscore. And whatever is in between. Whether that is 330, 300, or 3,000, that is going in the middle. Quick yes, please. Okay, one more time. This time, we're interested in the first one, but only, and not the rest of them. So A is gift 1, and underscore will be the rest of them. Okay, this is called unpacking, remember. Oh, sorry. Let me copy this one. Put it to you. Sorry, I'll share that one. And you may want to try that. Next, I tried this one. Next, I tried this one. Cool. So now, take a look at this, guys. Back to sets. I think we started with this one. 2 Nescafes, 1 Taj, 1 Brook Bond. That's a list object. Unpacking. Lavanya, this concept is called unpacking. What we are discussing so far is called unpacking. Back to the list object, 4 coffees and teas, 4 cups. Now, notice this, guys. What we are doing is we are converting it to a set. Now, there is a subtle difference between a list object and a set object. What is it, guys? What are you observing? What is the difference between the output of tray 1 and this one? Okay. So I will copy these two. I will send it to everyone. Paste it. See if I got any answers. Tray 2 is a dictionary. Ah, okay, I see what you mean. Okay, so notice set is an object. It is like a tray. It is not a dictionary, but it is removing the duplicates. There were 2 Nescafes here. It has put only 1 Nescafe. It looks like it is also sorting it. What is it? It looks like it's a dictionary. That's a flower bracket. It removes the duplicates and it is sorting the data. It looks like a dictionary, but it is like a tray, like a list object only. What is special about it? It removes the duplicates inside it. Everybody, quick yes, please. Okay, so again, the same thing. S1 equal to set of tray 3. Just passing the tray 3 here. Sorry. Here is tray 3. We're passing tray 3 instead of hard coding it. Brew Nescafe. It looks like a dictionary. A dictionary has a key and a value. This does not have a key and a value. This has only 1 cup, 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 cup. It does not have a cup and a saucer. It does not have a cup and a label. That's what is different about it. Okay. Then come to tray 2 one more time. We're converting this to a set. Again, tray 1 has 2 Nescafes, only 1 Nescafe is there. Okay, now take Avinash. Take a look at this. Avinash has A repeated twice. It's actually a string object, but behind the scenes, string is a sequence or a tray. So notice A has been removed and the alphabets are sorted. Quick yes, please. Okay, so now what is special about set is you try to access the first one. Notice it is giving you an error. Okay, so what is the problem with set is in list, it is 0-based index. You can use the index and access the elements. Whereas in set, we cannot access the elements. You cannot say, give me the first one, give me the second one. What is that? If you want to convert something like that, let's say you really want, what do? You take the set one, you convert it to a list. Convert it to a list and then say a list of 0. And then you access it. Okay, thank you, Suresh. Thank you, Niharika. Everybody catching the point, guys? Something unique about sets is you cannot index them. You cannot say, give me the first one, give me the second one. So in such cases, we convert it to a list object and then we try to take the items. Quick yes, please. Okay. List of 0. And back to cars and things like that. So let's see. Static data frames. These are tough ones. Second here. And back to decorators. I think it will be last one. So, cut this one. Okay, let me come back here. So let's talk a little bit about exceptions. Another slightly new one. Let's see what's happening here. And let's see, here's a simple one, but at the same time, it's slightly confusing. Catch it, guys. What is the problem? Good one. Sorry about that. Okay, back here. As simple as that. So here, what is going on, guys? As simple as that. Put the hello. What we have done, put back the quote, and there it is. No problem now. So what is this one? When you do not give a code, what is happening is we can say Python is not understanding. What is that? It says it's an error that is an exception. What is an exception? It is like an error that it is something that Python does not understand can be called as an exception. It is an event, or you can also say it's an event that something Python does not understand. So take a look at this. 1 plus 2, no problem. 1 plus 2, notice it gives you. When you add a teacup to a teacup, 1 plus 2, Python understands. But when you're trying to add a teacup and a coffee cup, it's giving you an error, which means Python is not understanding. What is it saying? It's saying type error. We need not exactly remember these kinds of errors and things like that, but these are some common errors you are saying. It is saying integer and string. What are you doing? You're trying to concatenate. That is not a, that is something it is not able to understand. Yes, you can also use 1. So in other words, you can convert it to a string using str. But let's say, come back here. So now take a look at this. What we do, typecasting, conversion, and things like that. So let's say if we know 2 plus s, we get an exception. If you are writing sometimes here and there, not here and there, many times, maybe we are not sure what kind of problem can happen when we write certain type of code. Okay, if you're not a very experienced programmer, many times you may be in that situation where you're writing the code and you don't know if Python understands it or not. What do? You can use a try block. Say try and say 2 plus s. It'll give an error. What should you do? You should say try. You should also say except. If you just say try, notice it gives you an exception. So in other words, this is a code. This is code. We do not know if we are going to get an exception or not, if Python is not going to understand it or not. Imagine in the real world, you're writing some code. It is you're trying to connect to a database. And when you try, and the database is down, or maybe the network is down, what can happen? Well, we don't know what can happen at that stage if you execute the code. That is when we use something called an exception. What does except do? Except is giving you a much more meaningful error. It is kind of an indication that some error happened, and it is giving you something very meaningful. That is what except is. It is like a try and a catch in a .NET, Java, or a C++ world. Here, we're calling it as an except instead of a catch. What is this? This is the syntax. The same principles apply. You take the same thing. So come back here. Copy this one. Paste it here. Remove the colon. You run it. It will give you an error. Put that back. Remove the indentation. It will give you an error. So Python is kind of again forcing you to give the colon, and it is also forcing you to give the except. When do you Write an except if you're not sure. If there is a chance we are writing some risky code where some things are beyond our control. Okay, what can we do? We can also use a try and an except. This is called a try and an except block. Everybody with me, quickest please. Okay, and let's see what else we have. 2 plus 2, no problem. Try 2 plus 2. Now take a look at this, guys. If you just say 2 plus 2, no problem. 4, like a calculator, but it's a very straightforward code. Now you say try 2 plus 2 and say except, notice nothing is happening. In other words, let's say back here, put this here. We are executing some code. If this code executes fine, we are never going into the except. There is no error, so we don't go here. If we turn this into a string, then only we will go here. The except is getting triggered when there is an error in this one. And it is except is catching. When an error comes up, Python is catching. If it sees an except, it is giving you a much more meaningful error. We're trying to give much more meaningful errors. Something is missing. Imagine you're cooking a curry. Charan is cooking a curry. Pravalika visits him. So what Charan says, hey, can you taste the curry? So let's say he put less salt in it. So now she says, hey, yeah, something is missing. Maybe salt is missing in the curry. What is that? That's an error. Is what you can think of. Okay, quick yes, please. Everybody with me so far? You don't have to be perfect, but that's just a starting point. So now take a look at this. 2 plus 2 is fine, except will not get called now because it's a 2 plus 2 is a valid operation. But here is finally. Let's come here. Notice finally gets called. 2 plus 2 executed well. So let's say come back here. Take this one. This is executed well. So if this executes well, what is happening is it is going into the finally. Now, what is special about finally is we'll make a small change. Convert this to single quotes. Now there is going to be an exception. Run it. Now come back here. What's happening is now, because this is not a valid operation, it goes into except. From here, again, it is going into finally. What is finally? Finally is a step which will get called whether there is an exception or whether there is no exception. In other words, finally is always getting called. It will always get called. Now, these are something from a syntactical standpoint you need to always keep in mind. Ganesh, are you able to catch that word? Quick yes, please. Are you there? Is it there? Okay. Okay, everybody else with me? Quick yes, please. Okay, so finally is always getting called. Something you need to manually remember. Except means exception. Only when there is an exception, it will get called. And when do we put try? When we think it's a slightly risky code, there is a chance of an error. You can always put a try. May not be. It depends on your company and the coding standards and things like that in a real world. So if you're familiar with try, except, and finally they'll be happy. They don't go into too many unnecessary things. Then come here. Now take a look at this. Again, Krishna's cooking. What is he doing? He added, let's say, salt and too much of chili. This is not a valid operation. It's like he's cooking a curry. Tea, he's adding coffee to tea. That's not a valid operation. So what will happen? Something will be missing. Something is wrong. Exception will get triggered. And what do? At the end, you clean up. Finally is like cleaning up. After cooking, whether the curry is good or not, you're cleaning up. What do? That is finally. So now what should we see? We should see something's missing in the curry. Exception is getting triggered and it's getting cleaned up. Full guess, quick guess, please. Okay. And another one, 2 plus s. One more time. Now take a look at this, guys. So here, so what did except do? Except is giving us a meaningful error message. Without except 2 plus S, it will say, it says a type error. It's type error means it's like, imagine Krishna visited Vishweshwari. Krishna was cooking. Vishweshwari visited him. She tasted the curry and she says, hey, something is missing. If you say except, after tasting the curry, Vishweshwari is saying something. It means there could be a problem with salt, or there could be a problem with spices, or maybe something else, or masala. She's not sure. Something means that is a very general error. But let's say, take the same thing. What do? We'll say except type error. So notice here, I'm saying except type error. Here, I'm saying except. So what is except saying? Except type error is like saying you're specifically checking for salt. So Krishna is cooking, Vishweshwari comes, she tastes it, and suddenly she realizes, hey, salt is missing. And then what do they do? Well, they'll clean up the last stage. So let's say, go down here. If you run this, salt is not enough in the exception. We are not saying except, we're just saying except type error, which means salt is not enough means we are being specific. If you say except, that is a very general error. Very general error means at a very high level, you're saying curry is not good. But when you say salt is not good, you're being very specific. So when you say except type error, you're specifically checking for something. That is what is called specific exception. If you just say except, that is called a global exception or a general exception. Again, something I will force you to remember. Quick yes, please. We'll look at a few more examples, so you don't have to be perfect today, but we'll revisit them again, guys, in coming up days and things like that. After finally, if there is any block, okay, good one. Let's say we'll copy this one, paste it here. We'll say print. Let's go to a restaurant. So what will happen? We'll get an exception. The finally will get called, and then the global scope print will also get called. Let's go to a restaurant. Since salt is not enough, they're cleaning up and they're going to a restaurant is what is the plan. So in other words, if anything is there out, after finally it will get called. And what do we say? Another thing is this line of code is in the scope of try block. This line of code is in the scope of except block. This line of code is in the scope of finally block. Okay, guys, a little bit too much, a little too many programming terms coming today. But that is what is exception. Exception, in a way, you can say, the mantra of exception is something that Python does not understand as an exception. Okay, so now take a look at this. If you do 2 plus 2, no problem. What is the problem? Well, no problem. So it will not go to the exception. It will directly go to the final. So we should see 2 plus 2 is 4. No problem there. It is cleaning up, which means they did not have any problem here, cooking the curry. Okay, now try 2 plus 2, except again, no problem, is again, play cricket. So this is, I think, what you asked earlier. So no problem. They're cleaning up and they're going and playing cricket. Lokesh catching it, bird. Okay, now there's a problem. 2 plus 2, adding tea and coffee. They're saying salt. You add tea to coffee and you say salt is not good. Okay, that's an interesting error. Then what do? You go, you clean up and you play cricket. So even if the curry is not good, they're cleaning up and they're playing cricket. They're cricket lovers probably. That is again the same example written in a different way, guys. Okay, so let's say I come here, put this here. So that's a little bit about exceptions. Let us save a little bit for the coming up days. And now back to a little bit of visualizations, guys. Let's see, where is visualizations? Come here. There you go. So get this one. Dash it, marker it, scatter it, text and for I in range. Subplot it, title it. Run it. Encourage. Oops. Lots of stuff going on here. Okay, let's try this one. Krishna's cooking. So come here. Yesterday. Okay, let's try back to visualizations. Say back here. Zoom it. Back to TM Matplotlib. Let's see if we can find that one. Close this one. This classes. This is state frames. This functions. Let's go to Matplotlib. Okay. Good. While that is coming up, let's say come back here. Okay, so start with the figure object is the axis object. And now notice we are plotting X and Y. Purple color, line width is 3, line style is hyphen, marker is plus, and marker size is 20. Let's see what that does. So before that, by now, hopefully you are comfortable. We need to import Matplotlib. We need to import NumPy. We need to initialize X and Y. Those are few things we need. Now come down here. Okay, let's run that. Let's see what we have. So take a look at this. To the figure, we're creating a figure object. To that figure object, we're adding this axis. That is axis object. And then we're adding the plot in that axis object. Purple color, line width is 3. Notice the width is slightly white. Line style is hyphen means just a straight line. Marker is plus means wherever the point of X and Y coordinate is, it's putting a plus. Marker size is 20, slightly bigger size. Let's say the same thing. Put this, change that to 10. Notice marker size is much smaller compared to the previous one. So what is color? Color is color. LW is line width, line style, marker, marker size. Everybody with me? Quick yes, please. Let's take a few more examples. Marker, face color. Marker face color is yellow means this time, let's see what we have done. We have given a marker as O. The border of that is in slightly purple, but the face color, it is filling it up with yellow color. Marker size is 20. Line width, let's say, is 3. So that is 3. Then we have marker edge width. Let's see what that looks like. Change that to 3. Marker edge width. Edge width is 3, and there it is. The width of the edge of the marker. So for this one, notice it is very, very thin, whereas we made it very thick. So that is marker edge width. Then one more time, I'll change this to 3. And marker edge width to 10. Okay, that's a little too bigger. Too much. Edges too, little too much there. Quick yes, please. Okay, next come here. Marker edge width is 3. Marker edge width, and this time we're giving marker edge color. Let's see what that does. Marker edge color is green. So that is green. The border of the marker has become green. Beautifying it a little bit, adding a few more colorful aspects, color aspects and things like that is what is going on. Now, what is that one here? What did we do, guys? Always, again, manually remember, guys, we're creating a figure object, then we're adding an axis object. So figure is the parent, axis is the child, and we're taking the axis, we are plotting. Inside an axis, there can be any number of plots. This is generally a line plot is what it is because it is a line and things like that. But now notice, let's see if you're able to recall. From this function subplots, we are getting 2 objects. What is that called, guys? When you add 2, when one function is giving you 2 objects, what do we call that? Still thinking? It is called unpacking. Subplots is when you want to create multiple plots. So take a look at this. Here is subplots ax dot plot. X and x plus 1, line width, another one, another plot, another plot, another plot. 4 plots here. Okay. So now, let's see. We're adding 4 plots. Each plot will be a line plot. These will be 4 lines. Then we are adding color green. In color green, we have given a line width, a different line width, LW, different line style here, different kinds of line styles. Then we are adding another plot, x and x plus 8. This time color is black color, and we are setting the dashes to it. Then another scenario. Okay, so in other words, let's say, start with this one. Start with this one. All of them are red color. Notice they line width 0.25, 0.15, 1, and so on. As you're going up, the line width is increasing. And what is plot? Plot is actually plotting a line plot. We can also plot different kinds of plots. We'll see. All of them are in red color. Now what we'll do, extend this, add 3 more plots. This time we'll add green. Along with the 4 reds, we're adding 3 greens. And everything has a different line style. Either you can say line style or ls, they are the same. That's a dash line. I'm sorry, that is a solid line. This is a dash and a dot. This is a dotted line. Catching the point, guys? Everybody with me? Quick yes, please. So here, we're showing the combinations of the line width. Here, we are showing the combinations of the line style. Then let's say, we'll also go ahead and say, plot set dashes. Let's see how that looks like. Okay. So set dashes 5, 10, 15, 20. Line length, space. Line length and space length. So x and x plus 8, that is just taking care of the coordinates. Line width is 1.5. Set dashes of 5, 10, 15, 10. I think set dashes is just giving another kind of a style, I think, guys. 5, 10, 15. I don't really recall what that is. Let's see. Set the dash sequence. 5212 describes a sequence of 5 points and 1 point dashes separated by 2 point spaces. I see. Let's see what we have here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So set of, so something, guys, I don't really recall, but I'll leave that for you. Maybe you can look into that later. Let's add another scenario. See what this does. The last one is blue markers. One is a plus, one is a circle. There's a plus, there's a circle, then we have an S. S is for square, and then 1. 1, I think, is just giving a dash. I think it is just giving a dash there. Dashed line. That's a blue color. Then we'll add marker size and color. So color is purple for all of them. Markers. O, and here is an S. But I think different marker sizes is what we have. Oops. Yeah, this is here. Run this. Different markers and different markers and different shapes. So marker is O, that is the shape. O, the last one is marker edge color. This one is the green. These things are the same shapes, but their size is different. Catching that, guys? 2, 4, 8. They're all, these are purple. They have the same marker, but their size is different. The last one is, it is using a square and the marker edge color is green. White color axis. White color axis. What is that one, Lavanya? I'm not understanding your question. White color axis. Okay. See if you can refresh that one. So I think I'm just showing you different possible combinations of colors, line styles, and things like that. Okay, guys. So now back to, let's see what we are now take a look at this, guys. plt.scatter. If you just say 1, 1, notice what we'll get. We are getting, it is automatically giving us a plot, and here is 1, 1. X coordinate is 1, Y coordinate is 1. It has put a dot or a circle or a bubble. That is what scatter. Scatter is giving you a bubble, like a bubble. Now what we'll do, we'll say 1, 1, semicolon. Let's put the semicolon. What does it do? If you recall, keep that, getting that message. The semicolon is acting like PLT dot show. Everybody with me? Because please. Now let's extend this. Now we'll say, here is the figure size 5 by 5, and here is a scatter with a semicolon. So scroll down, see what it does. So 5 by 5, we have dictated 5 inches by 5 inches. In that one, you're showing a 1, 1, 1, as simple as that, a small bubble, a single bubble. Now, let's see. For I in range 1 to 5, print I. If you recall, inclusive versus exclusive, 1 is inclusive, 5 is exclusive, it is printing 1 to 4. Now what we'll do, for I in range, PLT dot subplot 2 to I. 2 to, first I will be 1, then it will be 2, then it will be 3, then it will be 4 and 5, and then we are also texting it. We're adding text to it. Cell 20, please repeat. Oh, scatter. This is just sitting 5 by 5 as the size. Scatter is just putting a bubble, as simple as that, Niharika. Scatter means it's just putting a circle, a dot, or a bubble. We'll try to understand. You will get more feel of a scatter in a moment, but figure size is just a 5 by 5. We're saying, hey, I want 5 inches there, 5 inches here. If you want to print out and things like that, generally we use that figure size is what it is. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. So now take a look at this, guys. What is happening is the I will first be 1. Range of 1 to 5 is a tray of 1, 2, 3, 4. First I will be 1, 2, 2, 1. PLT.text 0.5, 0.5. So which means, let's say, put this here. Choose this one. So 0.5, 0.5 is, if you extend this one, that is somewhere here 0.5. If you project this one, that is 0.5. In other words, that is exactly X coordinate and Y coordinate is 0, X1, Y1, 0.5. String of 2 to I. What is that one? That is 2 to 1. Second row, 2 rows, 2 columns is what it's saying. So what is happening is Matplotlib, it's creating 2 rows. Create 2 rows. Then it is creating 2 columns. Visualize this one as first column. And from here to here, let's say visualize this as the second column. What is this one? This, when I is 1, what it is doing is, it is going ahead and putting this in the first cell. What is this one? This visualization is that first cell. Okay, and PLT.text, okay, HA equals to center. Center is what is making it go in the center. And font size is font size. So that is the first one. Then it goes to the beginning of the loop. Then I becomes 2. So what's happening? This is 2. Let's say, choose that one. Give it that one. And let's say that is being plotted in the second cell. So this is the first cell. This is the second cell. Next, this is becoming the third cell. This is becoming the fourth cell. It is going from left-hand side to right-hand side, 1, 2, and it is going like that, 3, 4. That's what is happening. PLT.text, as the name suggests, it is putting the text. What text is it putting? It is putting whatever you give in the second space. It is putting. What you give is based on your requirements. What you give is based on what you need and things like that, what you'd like to see here. Everybody catching it, guys? Because please. So here, what you need to understand is, one is for loop, you need to understand. Subplot, when you say 2, 2, you're telling it. This is more of a syntactical thing where we are telling Matplotlib package, give me 2 rows and 2 columns. I'm going to dictate what you'll put in 1, 2, 3, 4. That is how you need to. HA, horizontal alignment. Horizontal for HA for horizontal, from horizontal alignment is from maybe the left hand side, vertical is probably from down to up. So it is putting at the center. We can just do a help and try to find We can put it in the left, right, and things like that. It will give us various options. Maybe I'm going to show that to you. Okay, so that is what is going on. Then now we'll repeat. Now take a look at this tight layout. If you recall, oops, let's put here, scroll down, run it. Notice the distance. They are little to slightly close here. We're just putting them at slightly far away so that it is much more neat and clean. Quick yes, please. Okay. Then subplot texted. This time what we are doing is, let's see what is font size is, anything's different here. Subplot 2 to I, put a text there. Grid equals to, sorry. We'll say grid equals to true. Let's see what that does. So what is happening is the last one, the grid is showing. In other words, let's say the same thing will run here. Grid equals to true. Notice everything is getting a grid. When you say here, I think maybe I was just playing around and I actually meant to put it here, but maybe it came up like this. But just from a programming standpoint, for the after plotting the last one, it comes out and say grid equals to true, only the last one it is putting. That is just letting you know, but ideally the grid equals to true puts a grid in each of the cells, as simple as that. Quick yes, please. So this entire thing is a figure in which there are multiple axes, multiple plots and things like that. Now let's say, what else we have? HA equals to center. What is different here? Same thing. Grid equals to, as simple as that. Okay, so let me take a, I thought that will take time. What's this here? Come down here and see F3. Okay, income and age. Let's try X limit, Y limit. Let's try annotations, figure size, annotate to 1. Here, scroll up here. Here we go. Subplot. Yes, 2, 3, 4. Start with income. And tried a few more examples before we wrap up today, guys. Here is Y label, PLT. Directly just say Y label is income, X label is age. Right? See, from a real world perspective, you can get a touch of it. So what is Y label? Y axis label. What is X label? X axis label. Font is font, but nothing inside it. No plot, no visualization is what it is. We just added the X axis and the Y axis. So in other words, that's how it is coming. Now, what we'll do, we'll slowly try to add something to this. plt.xtext and ytext at the marks. This is just going to, I think what I'm doing is, okay, let's try this one. So the text. So if you look at this one, notice it has 0.0. It is in the units of 0.2 on the x-axis. On the y-axis also, the ticks are there in the units of 0.2. Let's say, try this one. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Last one it has, that is x-axis. These are the actual values. These are the labels here. What is showing here is the labels. Similarly, 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 0, 2, 4, 6, 7, 10. 0, 2, 0, 2, 4, equally spaced. Then 8 is there. Then 10. Strange. We have given 0, 2, 4. There are 5 values here, I see. There are actually 6 values here, but we have given only 5 labels. So what it is doing is, this is like 6, 7. That's why the reason it is close is we have not done equal spacing. Y-ticks is, what are these? The sticks is what we are calling on the y-axis. The units of separation. Since we have given only 5 of them, only 5 of them are there. If we give this another one, let's say, is this here? Can be, say, give another one. So, B. There it is. These two are a little bit close. That is because 6 and 7. At this 6th value, at the 7th value, these labels are being displayed. Little bit of confusion, but that is how Matplotlib is working. Everybody with me? Because please. Okay, let's see, scroll down, set the. Now, y limit, set the y limit and x limit. Let's see what that does. Extent of the axis. Okay, so what this is doing is, notice y limit is -1 to +1 means we are dictating, I want y-axis from specifically from -1 to +1. X is going from 0 to 50. Based on the values that we have, Matplotlib will automatically pick up. But sometimes we only want certain x-axis values and y-axis values. That is what xlim and ylim is. So basically, these are the things, again, you don't have to by heart, but you just practice step by step. Have a look at this and try to see if you're able to recall this one. We'll see them in a much more real world scenario. Fair enough, guys. Everybody with me? Because please. Okay. We'll also see PLT, Y scale log and X scale log. That is, I think, it's displaying in a logarithmic scale. Okay. So that is logarithmic scale. Log X versus log Y. We don't have any values. So it is just showing some log values. Here says scale logs. Mostly data analytics and things like that. We use the log scale for visualizations and other purposes, guys. Okay. Now, okay. Since we have few more minutes, let me introduce you to annotations also. Let's see what annotations is. So there is a figure. Coordinates is 1, 1, 1, 1. One row, one column, first cell. Okay. PLT.subplot. Subplot that and annotate subplot. Annotate is something slightly similar to text. Okay, you give the coordinates, x, y, VA is vertical alignment is center, horizontal alignment is center. So let's see, we should see something we have seen a few minutes back. There it is, subplot 111. Instead of text, we're using annotate, subplot, chord is 111. So this is like one row, one column, in the first cell it is putting it. Exactly in the center, right from the left-hand side and right-hand side. And xy is 0.5. So as I earlier showed, 0.5 in the middle, project it here, that is 0.5 in the middle. Because please, annotate is like text. You're showing some kind of a textual. You want to explain something, hey, something is going on here and things like that. So now, let's say the same thing. One row, we want two columns in the first cell. Chord 1, chord 2. Subplot chord 1, annotate chord 1, subplot and annotate chord 2, a similar thing. Scroll down, run it. So there it is. Since you have given subplot 1, 2, 1, this is one row, two columns. In the first cell, it is being put. This is being put in the second cell. So notice that one. This whole thing, subplot is getting here as subplot. Based on our requirements, generally we put our textual data, whatever labels, whatever strings we would like to show. Quick yes, please. Everybody with me? Text and annotate. Oh, gotcha. Annotation, yeah. Annotation is generally when you're giving some kind of comments. Text is, more specific to the visualization is what it is at a slightly high level now here. But let me see, I'm just looking. Okay. Say try. Yeah. Okay. So we are December 21st. Let's say I'm going to text data, create and share. I just have one more. Let me complete this. Let's see what is different here. Code 1, code 2, 211. Just a different figure size, I think. And let me quickly run this one. Oh, so now, sorry, 2 rows and 1 column. 2 rows. In the first column, this one. In the second column, this is going. That's how we have just changed that to 1, 2, 2, 1. And that's how we are dictating to the matplotlib, guys. Okay. 2, 3. Okay. So I'm going to copy from here. Packing, doubles and sets, rounds, copies, lengths, data frames, slicing and dicing, circuits. This one. Create new file, paste it here. Say tm_05 dot p1. Let's go back to here. So save to drive. Say 605. File renamed. Come back here. Should pick up that one. That will be the one. Okay, guys, everybody with me? Quick yes, please. Try to practice step by step. Ganesh, please try, buddy. Step by step and try your best. Just once or twice. You just do it for the sake of discipline. Anything you find difficult, you make note of it. We'll discuss about it. And we'll try to continue the journey in the coming up days. Okay. And let's see. So that is the story. So any questions before we wrap up today, guys? Let me know. I think next Monday we are going to be giving the assessment test and things like that. So prepare yourself. If you're practicing, you'll be able to answer the questions and things like that. We are working on it, giving you some assessment and things like that. And so on, guys. Okay. So it's questions time, guys. Let's wait a couple of minutes for a few questions. Say your name if you have a question, buddy. Topics, the same thing. Whatever we're covering, from those topics only we should be giving you the assessment. Okay. Okay. So if you don't have any questions, you can go ahead and sign off, guys. I'll be here for a few minutes. And if any of you have questions, you take time. I'll be hanging in here. Thank you. Thank you, Nihar. Thank you, guys. If you're signing off, take care. Try to practice if time permits. Thank you, Stravya. Katyusha. Good, guys. And for those of you who are there, try to participate, guys. Just like how today everybody participated. Be ready to come onto the cloud. Be ready to run, execute, answer lots of questions. Suresh, I think it's going to be on online test and things like that. I think you have something like a metal or something like that. We'll be giving you online questions and answers to start with. We also have other ideas. We're working on them. Thank you, Amulya. Thank you, Suresh. I'll be here for one more minute and I'll sign off, guys. So there we go. Okay, gentlemen, ladies, you guys take care, stay safe, keep learning, and wear your masks and things like that, guys. Signing off for today. Thank you and bye for now. Multiple choice. Yes, probably it's going to be multiple choice. A few fill in the blanks, a few quizzes like how the way I put them together. A combination of those things, it could be also winning. Okay, great. Signing off for today, guys. Thank you. Bye for now. Thank you again.